You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, 11 p.m., May 13th, 2023. We are continuing our playthrough of a game by a company called Be the Detective. This is a three-part game called The Duel. Last night we played episodes 1 and half of episode 2, so tonight we're going to finish episode 2, and then our plan is to finish episode 3 and solve the case. Little bit of bookkeeping before we start. You can only play through these games once. You definitely should be watching this if you haven't watched last night's stream. If you think you might want to buy and play this game yourself, this is an $85 game for these 3 episodes. Quite expensive. But it does feel quite special. And after we played episode 1, I think we were a little mixed in our view. I think episode 2, everyone seems to be warming up to and appreciating even a little more than episode 1. And we've got some really nice, dense documents here. I've made some notes about some interesting facts we want to keep in mind. I'd be happy to hear if anyone has had any new thoughts since last night. This game does make use of the internet, possibly even phone numbers. So I have my phone here. What else do we need to talk about before we continue? If you like this video and want to see more of these kinds of videos, please consider giving this a like and subscribing to the channel. Let me know. Even better than that would be if you post comments on these videos and let me know what you want to see more of, etc. Especially if you have any ideas for some technology I could do to make the gameplays a little more interesting. There's also a Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You'll find a link on the About page of YouTube where you can help us decide what games to play next, which is a good segue to mention that tomorrow we'll be playing our play-by-mail Dear Holmes game, but the solution for that, which we anticipated this week, has not come. It looks like no one has gotten it yet. So we're going to meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. and just chat for a bit, maybe chat for an hour about our theories of the case. That case has brought lots of discussion, and we don't have a great idea for what happened. So we'll just spend tomorrow for an hour or so at 3 p.m. Central talking about our theories. Maybe it's a good time to remind you that if you're interested in discussing and reading mystery stories, Jonathan Warner, one of the, if not the longest viewer of this channel, participant in this channel, has started a little virtual mystery book club and has assigned the first book for discussion to begin on June 1st, I guess, but he's doing a little early discussion of a free novel, a free story online. Jonathan will post the link to his Discord where that discussion is taking place. All right, what else should we do? I guess we should recap this case. A couple more things. First, I did record another movie top 10 list with Greg on Greg's movie channel. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, we did our top 10 comedies. We had no overlap, completely different tastes in comedy. If you're interested, I don't talk about comedy movies that often, but if you're interested in that, you can find a link to Greg's channel in the About page on YouTube and see his top 10 comedies list. At some point today, I'm going to have a little cheesecake taste testing. My wife made some cheesecake. If you're interested in joining me, you've got a couple hours to make your cheesecake. All right. Let's recap. before we get into it. Here is the person we're trying to get justice for. The family, at least, of Claire Fontaine has hired us. Disappeared February 25th, 2017. Was reported missing by her roommate Amy on February 27th, 2 days later, the day of a maple festival in her town of Burlingtown. Body found on March 11th, 2017 by Ethan McDaniels, who was a known stalker of Claire. Reading Claire's journal, we find some disturbing information. Claire and Ben Hathaway were soulmates. She got pregnant by Ben. They planned to marry, met each other's families. Everything was going wonderful. She got a ring from him. Both people, for all we can see, were truly in love and happy to get married and happy to have a kid on the way. Was given a DNA test to a website like 23andMe, not 23andMe, but another one. Was adopted, did her DNA test, found her biological father, Jack something, I wrote his name down somewhere, Mac Lowry. Learned that Mac didn't realize the woman knows exactly who he was dating at the time. We're told her biological mother is probably Natalie Picard Tessier. They were both 18 when Claire was conceived. Claire's 22 years old. Ben also was given a DNA test as a present. We have Claire's login, but not Ben's. It appears Ben was also adopted. He's also 22. And soon after she got her test, Ben called her up, suddenly broke up with her, canceled the wedding, and hasn't talked to her. We suspect, as tragic as it seems, that Ben has discovered that he and Claire are brother and sister, which is a very disturbing situation here. And Ben has stopped talking to her. She still wears the ring, but she's heartbroken, and then she disappears. The circumstances of her death are growing increasingly mysterious. She's found in the middle of a lake, presumably in the water. Body looks like it's drifted from where she was killed. She's got a very severe contusion, a blow above her ear. She has a cracked rib, and she's got bruises on her knuckles. The coroner, who we think should be fired and hasn't done a great job, has concluded that all of these are consistent with the idea that she may have had a very hard fall on ice, fell and hit her head, had a brain hemorrhage from it, which interrupted control of midbrain, which affected the heart, which gave her a stroke. And then she eventually, the coroner thought maybe had a stroke, loss of blood pressure brought liquid into her lungs, and she eventually died of respiratory failure. But we actually figured out that she drowned in the water. She's also got a cracked rib, which the coroner has suggested is consistent with someone performing CPR on her. It's a very confusing situation. Why would someone perform CPR and then put her in the lake to drown if that's what happened? Anna reminds me that Ben also told her to terminate the pregnancy, another clue that maybe they are related. We think the reason that we haven't found a hit on Ben in the DNA when we log into Claire's account is a little bit of a clue from the website that Claire has got her information set to be public, and we suspect maybe Ben doesn't. Okay, so that's our Claire that we're trying to get justice for. Now, I made a bunch of lists of interesting facts for us to resolve. I'll just go over these quickly. I guess actually this first one should be from episode 2. But Claire was found, her body was found without her ring. She wanted to get back together with Ben. She wouldn't have taken off that ring. So she's found without her ring. She's also found without her jacket, her black parka. We've got some information about temperature of the water. That may be important for us over the different days. It may be important for us tracking what happened and when. Did someone try to do CPR on Claire? If so, who? Did she fall into the water and drown, or was she put into the water intentionally? How did she end up at that location that we know she was killed at or put into the water at? Are Claire and Ben really related? Or did someone maybe make them think it was? Is Claire's biological father involved somewhere? What is the significance of... These aren't Ben's drawings, actually. These are Ethan's drawings. We found 2 drawings from Ethan. One of Claire and one of the sea monster. There's an interesting confrontation with the cops during an interview with Ethan where they say, that's not really how Ethan found her body. And they said, that's not really what she looked like, is it? Is there a way to access Ben's genetics login? Is there a way to access Ethan's website login? The significance of the bruises on Claire's right knuckle, significance of the wound above her ear, significance of damage to both of Claire's eardrums. Episode 2 items I thought were interesting. Ben says he made a mistake at some point during the interview. We don't know what that is. Why is the car found crashed in a wildlife preserve? That's another thing I didn't talk about. They did find her car. It was 20 miles to the north of the city, crashed, airbag went off, her purse is in it. So is some marijuana. So what is the significance of that and the details of that? We did find out on episode 2 from reliable witnesses that Claire went to the festival on Maple Street on the day she disappeared, February 25th. She got some popcorn. She was planning on being there to watch fireworks, but witness Emily overheard her saying she was sick and going home. Not completely inconsistent with the idea that she was having morning sickness from the pregnancy. But we know that Claire goes home. She lives here in Burlington University on State Street. Then she's seen home for only 20 minutes when she suddenly leaves here again in her car. Significantly, she's seen on Main Street driving west, which seems to suggest that her destination would have to be someplace south of Clover Street. Otherwise, why on earth would she leave here and go down a block and head up Main? That seems to eliminate where her car was eventually found, which is all the way north 20 miles. So how she started going this way and where was her destination? It wasn't the festival. It wasn't her favorite restaurant, Blake's by the Lake. It wasn't where her ring was found. And it wasn't where her body was found. We're told her body is found off Shoreline Drive somewhere. So very curious to us where she was going. The person who found her ring is this guy Butchie, who's a known criminal. He claims he was walking up here to go fishing, found the ring just sitting there, took it, tried to pawn it. That's when he was arrested. His boss works here on Main Street where Claire's car is seen driving. So that makes us a little bit suspicious of that. Did she walk in here to get donuts? This is a donut place, I guess. And Butchie see her and decide, I'm going to kill her and rob her? Possibly. That could have been where he got his ring. But then how does the car end up 20 miles out of town to the north? Also indicated on this map is McGuthers. McGuthers is where Ben claims he got a black eye on the night of Claire's disappearance. suspicious to us because the bruises on Claire's knuckles suggested to us that possibly she could have gotten into a fight with Ben. Maybe Ben told her the truth, insisted she have an abortion. She hit him, he pushed her, she fell and hit her head. Possible. All things are possible. Okay. Continuing here with my little list, almost done. Why did she drive south? Where was she going? There's a weird coincidence that Claire's car is found 20 miles north of the city. When Amy gets interviewed, she says, "Oh, my family lives 20 miles north of the city. They have a record shop or something." Then Amy makes a weird statement that we don't really understand. The cops interviewing her seem to understand it. We don't understand it, about whether she really was going to meet Claire or not. Significance of getting sick from the popcorn. Did the guy who found the ring really find it? Why is he lying? This is the part about her driving by the house. Then we're told in some of the interviews a couple interesting details. One is this mysterious call that Amy gets at 3 a.m. on February 20th. We're hoping to get some cell phone logs to figure out who these people are. We're also told in an interview that Ben, who's been ignoring Claire for weeks, suddenly made a whole burst of calls and texts to Claire, most before I can't remember if most are before or after she disappeared. But either these are trying to pretend he was concerned for her even after he's killed her, or he genuinely was trying to talk to her. There's Ben's fight with the bruised eye. Then there was some interesting information from Emily about the timeline of when Claire went home, when she was supposed to meet Amy. And I'm thinking we might later on get some timeline confirmation that would let us line up these things. Maybe we can find someone lying. Couple other facts I noted. Biological father's Mac Lowry, biological mother, Claire's date of birth, and a note to us to make sure we don't forget to file a complaint against the coroner. All right, let me check in with the chat and see if there's anything else you guys wanted to mention that I might have missed, thoughts you've had. And Tina says, far-fetched, but could she and Ethan be related? And Ethan was stalking her for another reason. Oh, that's pretty far-fetched. As Pamela said, it would be weird that Ethan and Ben are both related to Claire. Yeah. John says, I sort of suspect that Claire might have actually seen Amy and Ben together at the festival. I think she might have gone up north to confront Amy. That's a very interesting idea. We know that Amy did go up north. She says she went up to visit her family for a family emergency. She was needed to step in for the sister at a job. Maybe we'll get clarification of that. So that's a very interesting theory by Jonathan. The problems with that theory are that Ben, during his interview, says, I was not at the festival. And the cops say, well, what if we told you someone saw you there? And he's very clear. He says, nope, they're lying. I wasn't there. And if Jonathan's theory is right, Ben was walking around the festival in this small town with another woman that's close to the case, and now he's outright lying to the police. That's about as risky as you could get. You would think he would know. He's a smart kid. You would think he would know that if he claimed not to be there, he was going to be seen by someone. Or when they brought Amy in, she would say, yeah, I was there with Ben. And then all of a sudden he would be number one suspect lying to the cops for no good reason. And he would have to expect he would run. The other problem with that idea is that your idea is that like he knows that Claire would freak out if Claire saw Ben and Amy together. But it's a small town. This is like the highlight of the whole town. He's got to know his chances of running into Claire there, or lots of people who would know him, are so high. I just can't imagine him doing that and lying about it. I think it might make other problems. But the reason Jonathan's attracted to that idea is that Ben is suddenly making a ton of calls to Claire and text messages. And so the story Jonathan has put together is that Claire sees him with Amy, she gets upset, she leaves, and then Ben is trying to call her back and explain it was innocent, whatever. But I do think that's inconsistent. It's inconsistent because I don't believe Ben was there and would lie about it. It's also inconsistent, Jonathan, because it's not what Emily says. And Emily seems to have no real motive to lie. Emily's like, I heard her on the phone saying she was sick. I saw her throw out the popcorn and leave because she got sick. So your theory would have to be somehow that Emily misunderstood or lied about that. Otherwise, we're saying that Claire told someone on the phone she was getting sick from the popcorn, but she's lying. So that's a little hard to believe. I don't believe it, but it's an interesting theory. All right, 20 minutes in for our recap. That's not so bad. All right, so we got our map. Let's put our map out where we can access it. Our missing poster we're keeping handy so we remember who this is all about, Claire. Our assignment for episode 2 was twofold. Establish Claire's time of death. We're supposed to find her general time of death, and then we can answer that. In addition, we've got a weird assignment here. We're basically told we got a whole bunch of suspects, but as soon as we can figure out that a suspect didn't have a motive and didn't have the opportunity, go clear them. So we don't have to do it all at once. As soon as we got someone, it's a little weird because I would think if you were doing investigation, mostly you could rule someone out if they didn't have an opportunity or they didn't have a motive. I guess if they don't have a motive and they don't have an opportunity, they're like doubly cleared. So maybe it's safe enough to clear them. All right, let's put that over there. This is just going back quickly through the evidence in episode 2. So this is a report of her death. This is where we're told she purchased her popcorn. Then she was seen leaving the park on foot in her parka. She goes to her dorm. The RA and his girlfriend notice her. They notice she comes into the hall at 6:45 and then back out again 15 minutes later, still wearing her parka. Surveillance camera catches the victim's car heading west on Main Street. That's what we said here. She's come out of her university. She's come all the way down here. She's gone this way. I suppose, so I've made a pretty strong case that she's going to someplace south, otherwise she would go this way. I suppose, we don't know her exact address. It's on State Street. In fact, are these street addresses? No, they're not. They all say 86, 86, 86. So it's conceivable, I guess, that her dorm on State Street is like here, in which case it wouldn't be so crazy for her to come down here and head this way and then head up. Jonathan also had a really cool observation. He pointed out that when we interview Emily, who doesn't like Claire, she tells us a story about how Claire's sense of direction is terrible. She volunteered to go get something. She got lost for a few hours and how she's doing this all the time. So Jonathan was saying, I wonder if that's a clue telling us that even if Claire was headed up here, her sense of direction is so bad, she just gets off, starts going south, then realizes it and comes north. It's an interesting idea. Okay, so she's spotted heading west on Main Street. We don't know how far on Main Street. Then 2 days later, Amy reports her missing. I just remembered another fact that we want to remember. Claire says her dorm room was snuck into, and her diary was read. Remember, I don't remember exactly what day, but she says this and she actually changes the locks. That's pretty significant. We don't know if that was Ben. We don't know if that was Ethan. I suspect it was Ethan, but we don't know. Okay, then we're told about the car being found. Found by this person, George Whitcomb, on March 1st. So somewhere almost in the middle between her last spotted February 25th, March 1st, car found, March 11th, her body was found. So here's where we're told where the car was found, at the Platt Wildlife Preserve, 20 miles north of the city. Airbag was deployed, suggesting that the car crashed, fell in the ditch and crashed. Vehicle abandoned. Victim's purse and key still inside. Weird. 8 grams of marijuana under the passenger seat. Dusted for prints, no prints. So it's suspicious there are no prints. It's suspicious that her purse was still in the car. Makes you think maybe it was carjacked or stolen and abandoned, but I don't know. Then here's Ethan McDaniels found the body. How they got access to the body gives us a little bit more of a clue. They parked along Shoreline Drive, which is this drive in Vermont. We actually don't know if Shoreline Drive continues all the way down here. I guess it probably would. My intuition is the body was found somewhere in here, 3,000 miles off the shoreline. These numbers here seems like they might be giving us in meters. So 5,000 meters might be this much. So you might imagine that the ring was here, but her body may have been found somewhere like this. Could she have been on the ferry and fallen off? Don't know. Possibility. See, chat says, I think Space GT has a good point. Let's see. Back to Ben's bruise. Could that be from a deployed airbag? That is a very clever observation. That's a very intriguing observation. That's a very intriguing observation. John says, I could also see that some of the head trauma could come from the car accident. Those are both good ideas. I think I considered, though I failed to write down, that Claire could have gotten her head injury in the car accident, but I certainly did not conceive of the idea that Ben's bruise could come from the airbag. I'm going to write that down in our list here. Was Ben's bruise from airbag? Very interesting. Very interesting possibility. When did they interview Ben? Is it after they find the body or no? Let's just take a look at that because that's important. Ben gets interviewed on March 1st. Okay, so it looks like probably after the car is found. So that would be consistent. The car could have crashed anytime between February 25th to March 1st. Let's read what it says again about his thing. About his bruise. Let's see how they ask him about it too. When was the last time you took a shower? Unresponsive. That must mean they see he's sort of disheveled. Just nerves. He claims he wasn't there. He claims that last time he saw her was January 24th. Okay, here's his bruise. That's quite a shiner you got there. Okay, so it's like a black eye. He says there's a brawl in the parking lot of McGuthers Saturday night. Tony was telling me about that, about what the brawl at McGuthers broke out about an hour before the fireworks. So let's add here. Can we check Ben's McGuthers alibi? This to me feels like we're being challenged to put together a timeline. There are a bunch of things that rely on the time of the fireworks. This gives us he's got a very specific alibi. He says he's in the parking lot Saturday night about an hour before the fireworks. And they arrested 5 people. So feels like we could be able to alibi Ben and find out if he's telling the truth or not. It also sounds like this could be our timeline for Claire's actual death. And this would give him an alibi if it's true. But it is very suspicious. Very suspicious. All right. What else have we got? So 3,000 meters from the frozen lake. Maybe that's a fact that we want to write down here. 3,386 meters from, that's where her body was found, from shoreline. Actually, we think her body drifted though, so. Found floating supine on a thawed patch. So it does sound like maybe she fell in, her body was frozen for 2 weeks, and then it melted and she was recovered. Maybe that's what preserved it with only minimal decomposition. And then we've got our crime report, which we can go back to if we need to. Jonathan had a little bit of a question about that. Anna says, the cops started to connect the dots in the case, but someone came and took over and made the case disappear, according to the second letter. Yes, let's take a quick look at that before we continue. So we're told in this second letter, remember, this is a cold case that happened 5 years ago. And the mother who has hired us says, hey, look, they were making good progress. They were starting to put some connections. Shortly afterwards, someone from state showed up and took over the case. That's when everything fell apart and nothing was getting done. So Anna is putting these together and saying, I think someone's covering it up. So maybe we should keep our eye open for some suspect that might have connections. All right, I think it's finally time to go into new evidence that we haven't looked at yet. Is that right? Okay, let's do it. I was going to say take a break, but it's only been 30 minutes. Let's go. Okay, so it looks like the next piece of evidence is evidence that Amy Matheson may have been a marijuana smoker. Let's see. She's applying for medical marijuana, it looks like. Here's a nice photo. I like how the game is slowly giving us photos of people. So here's a photo of Amy. She's applying for medical marijuana, paying $50 fee. It's her initial application. We've got her date of birth. She's also 22. Middle name S. There's her address. She lives with Claire. We've got her telephone number. It's another 555 number. No point trying to call that. She's 5'5". We've got her driver's license. Interesting. Place of birth, Mount Sable. Can they provide your address and phone number to your designated dispensary? Yes. All right. So maybe the significant thing here is her driver's license ID, I wonder. Well, we know she's a marijuana smoker. Marijuana was found in the car. 8 grams of it, for whatever that's worth. Nothing else jumps out. I guess we've got Amy's date of birth as well. We've got her date of birth, where she was born, maybe New York State, middle initial, driver's license. Okay. Here's our map. I'll just put that up here somewhere. Okay, next up, looks like we're getting a photo of Claire's ring, I'm guessing. Nice black and white photo. Let's see if that comes up in discussions at some point. All right, student directory. There's the RA. The siren, Jane Choate Blanchette, Mount Sable. Mount Sable, which is the place of birth of Amy Matheson. What's this about? RA. We know an RA was a witness to Claire coming home and leaving. Why is someone drawing things on her? Don't like her. This looks like Emily Cho. Where's our interview with Emily Cho? Is there some reason to believe that's Emily Cho? Emily Cho is Korean, that's all we know. She says she's Korean. We know she's a singer, so that makes sense that she would be called a siren. Not sure what this is about. Interesting. Maybe we're going to find out where these pieces of evidence were taken from at some point. Let's look at this newspaper, Burlington Post, a very real-looking newspaper clipping. Let's see what we got. So Sunday, December 11th, 2016. So this is an old newspaper. New businesses along Main Street, public schools. Burlington Post vocal soloist receives ovation for stand-in performance. Fontaine showing off the diversity of her skills as both a vocalist and talented violinist. So here's Claire Fontaine. The Burlington University Orchestral Choir is the oldest in the state. Dating back to 1867, they have established a long tradition of exemplary choral performances. This year's Christmas pageant was no exception, featuring masterworks like Vivaldi's Gloria and Bernstein's Chichester Psalms. About 4 hours before rehearsal, I started getting texts, said Dr. Catherine Delaney, director of the choir. 3 of my voice students came down with bronchitis, and one of them was my lead. Luckily, Miss Fontaine was able to rise to the challenge with her exquisite performance. It's what we try to instill in our students at BU. It's that kind of dedication that sets us apart. That never say die attitude. We can prepare and make plans, but sometimes it's what we do not plan for that gets us ready for the real world and shows what we're made of. We're so proud of Miss Fontaine for rising to that challenge. Claire Fontaine, a senior in the program, is lead violinist in the community. Last year, Emily was given the opportunity to advance her abilities while performing at the Metropolitan Opera. Performance earned the school a Grammy. Tonight's performance, said Dr. Delaney, just solidifies the promising futures of these amazing young students. The sky is the limit as far as I'm concerned. So this is why Emily Cho is on our suspect list, because she does not like, she seems like she's jealous of Claire. Claire is stepping in, trying to steal her roles and steal her future. So Emily is not happy. And I think this is going to be Emily. It's too bad when they do these interviews, they don't record some information about who they're interviewing, like where they live. I think in general, I mean, this is a small town, Burlingtown, but we've got some complaints to lodge against this town's operation. Does the telephone number match any of our other numbers? That's a great point. So we've tried making phone numbers and we can't dial them, but maybe we can link up people with phone numbers. That, you know, I don't know why that didn't even occur to me, but that sounds such a good point. Let me just write it down for myself. Link people by telephone numbers. So that's a great point. In fact, we can start thinking about it right now. Here's Amy Matthews' marijuana form. She's listed her phone number 555-7060. That doesn't match either of these people. But where else do we have phone numbers? Maybe we need to write this down, like where are phone numbers? So we do have a couple other places. They're not on the transcripts, unfortunately, but we did have this report come in, which gave us a couple, right? Let's see. Got date of births. Here's phone numbers for some of our witnesses. Amy, who reported Claire missing. That's consistent with her marijuana form. Robert Fontaine, the father, 555-1286. Then here's Ethan's number, 6191. So I think maybe we need to start keeping track of where we've got phone numbers to look up. So the RA yearbook. There may be other places as well that I haven't written down. We'll circle back to that. That's a great idea, though. That's a great idea. So let's start keeping an eye open for phone numbers. Here we have 3. We have this one, which we might want to link up to Emily Cho. This one, same town where Amy was born. Do we know this name? I'm not sure. And then we don't know what this is about. I think we're going to find out where this is from soon, though. Let's read the other side of this. VT Socialite finds cause for pause. Oh my God. Who is this? We know this name. It was in my recap. Natalie Pickard Tessier attended in defense of animals as a keynote speaker on the wildlife resuscitation. That's the biological mother, according to the biological father. That's very interesting. Our story begins in 1862. Injured in a Civil War battle, J.B. Pickard returned home to find a community struggling. With so many of the men away at war, the fields of this fertile state were not being planted, and food supply was scarce. So he turned to the one thing that Vermont was rich in, ice. My 5 times great-grandfather J.B. Pickard harvested the ice from the lake, packed it into ships bound for South America, and returned with necessary foods and supplies to keep the people of Vermont alive during the war. His ambition and entrepreneurial spirit made him one of the wealthiest men of his time, explains Natalie Pickard Tessier. We are so proud of our history and strive to continue this legacy of helping our community. The Pickard Estate, located on the northern tip of Marshall's Point, is the largest privately held 19th century mansions in Vermont. It boasts 150 palatial rooms and only 3 residents. It takes a small town to maintain this place. I'm so blessed to live here, and when I'm through with it, the gauntlet will be handed down to my only son, George. Just like my father handed it to me. But that won't likely be anytime soon, because the east wing of her grand estate is going to the dogs, or rather her new foundation. I'm excited to give back to the community by helping those who are unable to help themselves. Well, this is interesting. So the biological mother, we think, of Claire is rich. We're told that's why she broke up with Claire's biological father as soon as she got pregnant. He assumed she got an abortion. She didn't. She carried the baby and then gave it up for adoption. That's Claire. She's super rich, and she's got her only son who's due to inherit it all. So if Claire contacted her father and her father called up off screen Natalie and said, "Hey, Natalie, I've just found your daughter." And if Natalie told her son George, the son George would certainly have a reason to want to kill our girl, Claire. And I'll remind you that George found the body. Now, his name isn't Pickard Tessier, though. It's Whitcomb. But it does seem like this is the person who would have been able to shut down the case. Yeah. Well, very suspicious. All right, let's just take a look at this, because this is a story about Emily Cho, it looks like. 17 years ago, Dave and Cindy Cho, like so many immigrants, came from South Korea with a dream. They purchased a 10-acre dairy farm, but like others before them, they didn't plan to make cheese or ice cream. They were harvesting antibodies. We set up a lab in the barn and put everything we had into the project, which was about $10,000. The company grew quickly, explained Dave Cho, almost faster than we could expand. Expand they have. Today, that lab has grown into DS Labs, the third largest privately held biotech company on the East Coast. It boasts a 10,000 square foot facility located on our very own Canada Street, employing over 250 scientists and lab technicians. DS Labs has made a name for themselves, producing numerous vaccines and pregnancy tests. What is their most recent frontier? Genetics. So here's another little twist. Is it possible that Emily Cho could have falsified Claire's genetics test to make it look like Ben and Claire were brother and sister? Emily certainly seems jealous, and she doesn't like Claire, and she sounds like she wants Ben. So is it possible we've got a motive for Emily Cho and a possible means for her to fake the familial relationship with Ben and Claire? I raised this yesterday as a possibility. New Leaf is the name of the company. Anything about this make us think that that was the company they have? New Leaf? Not really. But it's on Canada Street. Where is New Leaf located? Doesn't say. Burlington, Vermont. But maybe the website says. Like, if it's on Canada Street, that would be an interesting idea. We could go back to the website and see if they're related to Cho's. I'm going to put this on our list of things that we might want to check out. I'm going to say, does the Cho family run New Leaf? I mean, that's a very far-fetched idea, but maybe in the cartoon world it could be. Anna says it's almost too much now. All right, let's put this aside. I'm liking it. Okay, let's take a look next at the Maple Festival. We know all this. February 18th, 25th, so the last day was the day she went missing. Ethan Allen Park, we know that. Competition, festivities, live music, food. Come join us for a week of winter fun. Celebrate the food, crafts, and culture of Vermont. Don't miss their traditional closing ceremonies and fireworks display. Okay, so fireworks are in the closing ceremony. Oh, here's our timeline. Here we go. February 25th. This is what I've been waiting for. Live music, closing announcement, fireworks. There's what I've been hoping for. Jonathan says, before I move along, that the company is named Leaf. They purchased a dairy farm. Why do you think it's called Leaf, Jonathan? It's called DS Labs. Oh, but turns a new leaf. So this is a suggestion that it's called Leaf. It doesn't say it's called Leaf, right? But turns a new leaf. That's what it's continuing for genetics. Well, you didn't get confused, Jonathan. You actually picked up on something. I think you've picked up on what you should have that I overlooked. The continuation of this story was going to describe why this headline says turns a new leaf in caps. When the story continued, it was certainly going to say, what's next? Genetics. They formed a new company called Leaf something. So you figured it out. I think putting 2 and 2 together, the answer to this is yes. Okay, so that's pretty big. It's what we suspected, but it's confirmation. Emily Cho is part of New Leaf. Let me just say from a palatability standpoint, we talked about this idea yesterday, but I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a very rough adult theme to think that Ben and Claire really were brother and sister, had sex and had a baby. But it's much more palatable to think that that's being teased as what Ben thought, but wasn't really the case. So I would not be surprised if, from a meta standpoint, the idea of this game was that they really weren't brother and sister, which makes Emily Cho possibly of highly suspect to me. All right, let's go back to this now. Timeline. Okay. Fireworks scheduled for 8:15 p.m. If that's true, right, that locks in some other timelines because it tells us when the fight that Ben claims to be in happened. They say the fight was an hour before the fireworks, so that would mean the McGuthers fight would be around 7:15 p.m. Let's see what the chat wants to talk to me about. Jesse, let's just clear up, what is the name of the test company? How could Emily know she had a test, and I don't think that she would be able to falsify the results? All right, well, you might be right. I don't know. The name of the testing company is My Leaf Tree. My Leaf Tree. Leaf Tree Genetic Services. But clearly, this local company, A New Leaf, clearly that's what they're going to be involved in, don't you think, that company? Otherwise, what? It's another genetics company called New Leaf? Seems unlikely to me. And Tina says, how could Emily know that Claire got a test? I don't think she'd be able to falsify. Well, how could she know? Well, one way she could know is that it's a small town, and Claire might have said, hey, I got a gift from Christmas from your company. She could have blabbed it, and then Emily could have said, now I can play a prank. Something like that. Or maybe Emily Cho suggested it. Maybe Emily Cho suggested it to the parents. I don't know. All right, so now we know when the MacGuffers fight was. We probably also know something from what Amy says. She says, what does she say about... Claire called me at 6 and said the fireworks were starting soon and she would save me a place. That's a little weird, right? 6 p.m., Amy says that Claire called her and said the fireworks were starting soon, but the fireworks aren't set to start until 2.5 hours later, 2 hours, 15 minutes later. That's weird. Boy, Amy is weird. Seems suspicious to me. Like, that's starting soon in 2 hours? That's weird. We may want to... There may be some other people that correspond with the timeline too. What about Emily talking about timeline? Let me see what that was. That was Amy. Let me see what Emily says about her timeline. She says why she doesn't like her. And so Emily says we stayed for an hour after the fireworks. So that means Emily claims stayed till around 9:15 p.m. Unless the fireworks got delayed or something. Okay, but this is Emily's alibi. If we find the murder took place before 9:15 p.m. and she was really there for an hour after the fireworks, then that's a timeline alibi for Emily. Last bag of popcorn, throws it away, went 6, went back. Okay. All right, so we've got a little bit of help with our timeline now. Did Emily say when she got the popcorn? Well, she didn't say when, but what she did say was she tied it to an event. Her event was that they lost power right when she took the last bag of popcorn. So I think we're going to be able to check that out and find that time. We do know what time Claire got back to the dorm, if she did leave right away. 6:45 she gets back, having walked back. And we know how far it was. We know that this is about where the festival was on Maple Street or somewhere in Ethan Allen Park. And that she walked back to her dorm and got back here around 6:40. So we could check that out when if we find when they lost power, we could find that out. The other weird thing is that Emily hears Claire on the phone with someone telling them that she's sick and coming back. That feels consistent with the phone call that Amy mentions, right? She says, Claire called me at 6, so that sounds like it's probably that call. The weird thing is that if it is, it doesn't jibe with what Emily says. Amy says she called me at 6 and said the fireworks were going to start soon. She'd save her a place. No mention of Claire saying she got sick, so maybe this was a different call than the one Emily overheard? Is it possible that Emily got a call from Ben who said, I need you right now, or something like that, and she rushed home and then drove out for him? That would make sense, I think. Okay, timeline, information. I think we take a break now. and come back. So far, really interesting, really interesting. Some coincidences, but very compelling case. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The chat was talking. Chat was talking about a theory that what if Amy is lying? What if she was taking Claire with her, driving up north? Amy was high, got in bad wreck with Claire as passenger, is worried about DUI, maybe manslaughter. But then, and Tina says what I was thinking. The problem is that the marijuana is found under the passenger seat. So that seems to suggest that if Amy was in this car and we're connecting her to the marijuana, she was a passenger, in which case, especially with her medical marijuana, she wouldn't fear getting in trouble. So that seems unlikely to me. And also, how you get Amy drowning her friend Claire seems unlikely. So that's weird. Space GTL says, another question, what was the state of the car after the crash? Was it badly damaged? We're not really told, although we're told it's in a ditch. So my guess is it's not that badly damaged. And you would expect to be told if there was lots of blood all over it, we would be told. And there's no fingerprints, which is very fishy. So I would read it as saying that the car is not that damaged. All right, let us continue. We've got an insurance policy. Definitely one of the things that all the detectives look at right away is cui bono, who benefits from someone's death. Looks like Robert Fontaine, this is her adopted father, I believe, right? We're told that Robert Fontaine of Hoover Street in New York is the retired real adoptive father. Let's see. He's got an insurance on her. He's got an insurance form that was issued in December. Looks like a new insurance policy. Triple Crown Flexible Premium Adjustable Life Insurance. $250,000. Death benefit option B, policy account value is included in the face amount. Guaranteed interest based on effective rate, excess interest. So you could make some sense out of this. Look when he gets it. He gets it December 27th. That's right after Christmas, right after she tells them that she's pregnant. I don't think we know the person intentionally drowned Claire. They might have already thought she was dead and just dumped her body in the lake to hide the body. I think that's a good point and worth remembering. However, let me give you a big problem with your theory. Think about it. It seems very unlikely that Claire was in that car when it landed in the ditch, because it's not just that she went south, it's that the car is found 20 miles north. And it looks like her body was put into the lake alive somewhere here. So if your theory is someone was in the car with her, crashes it 20 miles north, which is probably way up here, right? Then how does her body get to the lake and dropped in the water while she's still breathing? Seems very unlikely. Seems much more likely that she's abandoned her car somewhere, or car was stolen, and that she separates from her car at some point, and someone drove her car north with her not in it. What do you think about that? And while we're talking about that, Anna's just agreeing that it kind of makes sense that maybe the father's thinking, okay, my daughter's pregnant. Let me get life insurance on her so that, let me just get it now and keep it for the first 10 years of the kid's life. That way, if the mother dies, the kid is taken care of. Right? He's basically not getting this for himself. He's getting this in anticipation that once the baby is born, they need insurance on Claire to take care of the baby, although you'd think you might want to also get it on the father. Or he plans to kill her, but that doesn't seem... Whatever your motive, he's retired, they've got money. Whatever your motive for killing Claire, it's not money. So the last thing you do, even if the father wanted to kill Claire, he wouldn't go get insurance on her to implicate himself. Okay, that's just our introduction for section 2. Okay, now we've got what we've been waiting for here. A beautiful cell phone location data for a whole bunch of numbers. All right, let's have a look. They're all on the date Claire goes missing. Why does it say 2016? I think this is a typo. This is meant to be 2017. Just imagine it's a typo in the phone record system, right? Because we know she's last seen on 2/25/2017. Right? Her diary starts at the end of 2016. That's when she tells her parents in December. So this is just off by a year, I believe. Okay, what have we got here? Claire's phone, I believe, we're being told, 1342, was last used at 5:45 p.m., was last pinged at a cell phone tower at 5:45 p.m. at this location. This is surely going to be the location of the festival. So it may be that we can track people who are at the festival by this. So let's see. This is going to be a document we're going to want to make a scan of and write on. So I think we're going to have to come back to this, but let's just take a look. If this is Emily Cho, 555-6636, there's Emily Cho. Is she pinged at the same location? Yes. Look at this. 479-659, 479-660. Same latitude, same longitude. So here's Emily Cho telling the truth. At 5:45, she's at the festival, and so is our girl Claire. So is this person, probably, or pretty near it. This person's in a totally different town. So this might give you a clue of who she saw there. Here's another person that looks like they were at the festival, 7060. We're going to have to make a list of all our people and where their phone numbers are. I wonder if we could put Amy Matheson on scene. Amy Matheson, 7060. So here's Amy Matheson at this time. Where is she? 480-803. Boy, that's pretty darn close to the festival. But she's claiming she got a call at around 6 p.m. There it is at 6 p.m. No, that's at... Sorry, that's not at 6 p.m. That's at 8 p.m. So by 8 p.m., she's home where she said she's in Mount Sable. So maybe this is consistent. This slight change in latitude and longitude is consistent with her being in her dorm room. I guess it is actually kind of far off from Claire. 44.479 and 44.480. Okay, so she's not at the festival, but she's pinged in her dorm room probably. And then later on, by 8 p.m., she is where she says. She went to visit her family and didn't leave since then. I guess they've tried to ping everyone at 5:45 before the last scene of Claire and then afterwards. Someone's off in London, 8210. We're going to have to... Where's Ethan? I guess we're interested in Ethan. I think maybe, though, we won't spend too much time on this now because I want to make a scan of it and then go through it more carefully. Let's get Ethan's information, though. Where do we have Ethan's information? Where do we have Ethan's phone number? I know we have Ethan's phone number. So, it was on this episode's police report. Ethan is 6191. So let's take a look at 6191. So at 5:45, is Ethan at the festival? Little hard to know if these are close enough. Maybe someone can tell us. Can someone look on the internet and see what, like, the third digit, how close that would be? Or maybe we could even put this in Google Maps and see. All right, we'll worry about that later then. Let's see where he is after, though. 6191. So by 8:15 p.m., he's somewhere else. We don't know where that is yet. We'll have to look that up. One of these might put him on the lake, etc. And this is an interesting entry. For this entry, we get no cell phone data. That might mean this person's sort of off the grid somewhere. It's interesting that they know what town, but no latitude or longitude. All right, well, we're going to be spending some real time with this document, but we'll make some copies of it. And this will help us keep track of people's phone numbers because we'll fill this in. All right, so we'll do that in a bit. Very interesting. Let's continue on here for now. It is in Burlington. All right, here's the pawn shop where we caught Butchie pawning her ring. All right, so let's see. We've got his phone number, 2050, so we can find out where he was. It's 1.92 carat emerald cut. He was paid $2,000 for it. It was valued at $2,000. It's going to cost him $440 just to do this pawn. He's got to get it back 12 payments of $489. That's pretty Look at the annual percentage rate on a pawn shop pawn. 267% per year. So he could come pay it off early, I presume. Okay, let's see when he pawned it, though. 8 a.m. on the 26th. Day after she goes missing, 8 a.m. Is that what he claimed? Let's see when he says he found it. I don't think that's right. I think he said it was like 6. Well, maybe he said it was 6 a.m. Okay, we ask him, when did you find it? And he says, I find it. What time was that? On Monday, he says. So Monday would have been the 27th. Okay, Monday the 27th. He says, I left my house at 6:30. And we say, the detective says 6:30 a.m. And he goes, yeah, that's it. It was laying in the snow. So he claims he found it Monday morning at 6:30 a.m. or nearabouts on the 27th. Because Saturday's the 25th, Sunday's the 26th, the 27th is a Monday. But look what happened. He's pawned it at 8 a.m. on the 26th. That's a Sunday, right? Let me just verify this. Yeah, she goes missing on the 25th, which is a Saturday. The 26th is a Sunday, and that's when he's pawned this, on the 26th at 8 a.m. Yet he's claiming he found it while he was going fishing on the 27th, Monday. So we've caught Butchie in a lie. Butchie has gotten this ring some other way. Quite interesting. And that also gives us Butchie's phone number. You could imagine in frustration that Claire threw it away when, if Ben told her the truth, she heaved it and he found it, but why wouldn't he admit it then? Okay, here we go, McGuthers. So this is the receipt, check 2415 at 5:07 p.m., 2 hours before the fight broke out, to Joe B. We're not sure what that means. Guest number 120, I guess. This doesn't help us that much. Unless we know what this is about. You're on tap subtotal. How do you order a $5 beer and get a total of 15? Don't know what that's about. Oh, here's her popcorn receipt. Okay, 5:45 p.m. Presumably this is probably Claire's receipt at 5:45. I'd like confirmation on that, but Claire, popcorn receipt, 5:45 p.m. So let me point something out. 3 beers. If this is Claire's popcorn receipt, then Amy's got a problem with Amy's statement, right? Because it would imply that very shortly after 5:45, Claire gets sick, is talking on the phone, telling someone she's coming home. Meanwhile, Amy is telling us that she gets a call at 6 p.m. saying, hey, fireworks about to start. I'll save you a spot. Those two, if that's true, seem very inconsistent. Now, another thing you might want to consider, however, is that maybe Amy is like a huge stoner and she's got very bad memory of when things are happening. And Let's check in with the chat here. Don't we have coordinates from Ethan's research? If so, we can look for a match, find someone was at the lake. Yes, I think that's absolutely right. I was thinking that myself. We do have locations of Ethan's stations that might be able to put someone there. And since we know the body was at station G, that might tell us exactly, that might give us a very close proximity. It might also... No police report about her phone being found. That's interesting. Okay. All right, let's continue here. Burlington University, spring auditions. Parisian holiday. We remember that Claire is planning on being in this, talking about it. Did they cancel it? February 10th. Then it says open call. Why have they canceled it? Auditions were canceled. February 10th. This is before she goes missing. I don't know why they've canceled it. Or why someone is struck through. That's weird. Whoa! There we go. Sounds like someone was leaving a threatening note. Perhaps for Claire. Maybe Emily didn't change the results, but maybe Emily looks up all her classmates' results and found out and was blackmailing Claire or blackmailing Ben or something. All right, so let's just take a look at this for a second. We've got some pronounced letters here. If we find someone else's handwriting, that's a very pronounced little S. And look at this curvy S. And this style of underlining. So let's keep our eyes open. I think they're trying to tell her, like, don't show up. If you show up, your sins will be exposed. Claire talks a little bit about this audition, I think, in her diary, so we might look for that. She doesn't say anything about getting any threatening message. Let's look at this. Okay, look. I'm looking forward to the spring musical production, Parisian Holiday 2/6. Vocals are going to be challenging, but Mom says she has faith in me. And then on the day of the open auditions, went to class, returned to my car to find a threatening note. Oh, we did hear about this note. So this is the note. It looks like someone's been in my room. My journal was put back on the shelf upside down. I've asked maintenance to rekey my room. So we've got the note now. We forgot all about that. That's the note. Now, there was something weird about this roll, right? The doctor says, here, look. This was weird. Doc told me that she had locked me in for 2 rolls, but when the list was posted, I was cast as Fiddler in the Alley. Emily is the lead again. When I asked Doc about the other role, she said that I would have only had a 2-minute costume change. Okay, so the way I'm reading this is Emily's been shooting me daggers all week. I'm looking at this as Emily's family pulled strings and got Emily the lead. The doc wanted to give it to Claire, but Emily got her way and got pressure. Got herself that role. But is Emily the suspect of the B&E? Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly. But it wasn't enough to scare off Claire. Claire got this note and didn't react to it. Still went for auditions, still tried to get those roles. So it didn't work. See if the chat has any ideas. Isn't it Emily's receipt with 3 beers? She was the one with the family. She said she had to wait an hour. No, that's not Emily's receipt. This is, do you mean this is Emily's popcorn receipt? No, you think it's Emily's 3 beers receipt? No. It could be Emily's popcorn receipt, but it can't be, it's not Emily's beer receipt, is it? Because this is McGuthers. This is a bar that's far away from the... We know where it is on the map. There's McGuthers, and there's the festival. Unless Emily says they went to McGuthers, maybe she does, and I've forgotten. We don't know whose receipt it is, but you think it's Emily's? Let me see. Does she say she went there with her family? No, I think she said they left after the... They left after the fireworks. Yeah, no sense that... There's no sign that Emily went to McGuthers. McGuthers, the only person we know who claims to be at McGuthers, well, one of them is Ben. Ben claimed to be at McGuthers and get hit in the eye in the parking lot during the fight. However, so this is actually consistent. Let's look at this for a second. This is actually useful. So here's a receipt from McGuthers at 7:12 p.m. If Ben in our interview does claim that this is his receipt, it is consistent with our new timeline of the McGuthers fight. We're told the fight happened at the McGuthers parking lot an hour before the fireworks, which were scheduled for 8:15. So this is consistent with Ben's statement that he was in the parking lot of McGuthers at the time of the fight, because he's checked out, he's paid his bill at 7:12, headed out to the parking lot right when the fight breaks out. So this is pretty consistent if this is Ben's receipt. This seems to back up his alibi that he absolutely could have been where the fight broke out. And this, if this is Claire's popcorn, then it sure seems like Amy's phone call is weird, but maybe Amy's just a stoner. All right, let's take a look. What have we got here? Am I going too fast? Do you guys want to stop and talk about something? We're going to work on that phone log at some point. So we've got a violin card here. It's a note to Claire from Mac. Well, this is a little weird, surprising for me. I thought that their meeting hadn't happened yet. Claire, I'm so glad to have finally met you after all these years. I have a big project with work over the next month, and then I'll be in London for a trade show, February 19th to the 1st. Or to the... Yeah, it looks like 1st. Maybe he's saying March 1st. February 19th, March 1st. I'd love to get together again after that. I kept a few things of your mom's you might like to have. Talk to you soon, Mac. Okay, so here's Mac's phone number, 8210. And if we look at our cell phone, is that going to be the guy? Is he in London as he claimed? 8210. There he is. He's in London at 5:45. So Claire disappears, is last seen at 5:45. Our guy is in London. So Claire, and he's in London until, well, he's in London at 8 p.m. as well. So this guy is her biological father. He obviously has a very strong alibi. I thought they probably were scheduled to meet, but haven't met yet. But this is actually more compelling reason why the biological father might have reached out to Tessier and told her, hey, your daughter just showed up out of the blue. You've got a new person that should be in your will and inherit all your money. And maybe the son didn't like that. All right, now we've got a handwritten note, letter that's going to require some effort to read. It's just 2 handwritten pages, though. Let's see. Let's try to read it together here. It's from school letterhead, addressed to Catherine. Now, who is Catherine? Catherine is the music producer, I believe, who our girl calls Doc. I believe. Looks like an adult is writing this. It's October 2nd, 2016. Let's line that up with our journal here, if we can. We've got August, September, October 6th we have. I visited Student Relations Office. All right, let's see. Catherine. I received your letter about dinner the other night. Forgive me for not responding sooner. I would have called, but wasn't sure if you kept the 956 9 something 56 number or not. Didn't want to stir the pot. Nothing has changed. Something changed. So whoever's writing this is telling her his number, and a funny way of writing this digit, whatever this digit is. So this person's 9672. Do we have a 9672? We don't have that here. We don't have tracking on that, but maybe it's someone's number. And he's asking if her number is something 9 something 56. Well, we do have a number that's 9156. Okay, so these are ones, most likely. We don't know who this number is, but we think we got record of this person's number. Catherine. So that's another way to find Catherine's number. Let's just make sure we don't forget when we start filling out our log of phone numbers. Catherine's number is in the letter, 9156. Okay, let's keep reading here. Or can we see who's writing this letter? G.T. Senior. I think this is going to be the rich wife's husband, George Tessier Sr. And the woman's only son is going to be George Jr. And this is him pressuring, he's going to be doing something. Oh, that's why it's GT, George Tessier Sr. Not the logo for the school, but the logo for George Tessier, which is going to be Natalie Picard Tessier's husband. She's got an only son, George. Is that what you think too? And she's writing to the, I think, the music producer. Okay, you know that both Nat and I, there it is, it's the husband of Natalie, are great fans of yours and the work that you do at Burlington University. The last show was phenomenal as always. Burlington University something $10 million donation for the much needed restoration of the performance hall. Recently received a $10 million donation for the recently restored performance hall. This is tremendous news for us all. The details are not being shared with the public until the plans have been drawn and the donor wishes to be kept anonymous at this time. Damn interesting that. Is that what he's saying? Damn interesting or damn... So damn... trusting that... So I am trusting. So I am trusting that you will keep this between us, lest they trace it back to me. As you might expect, the board was very excited about this donation. What's that? Hey, there are letters, typewriting letters that are sneaking through. NY. Is that a letterhead issue? Is that a feature of this paper? There's a coffee stain. This one has the... What's this? This one has those letters too. Look. What's happening here? There's another one. We're going to have to look for these. That is weird, huh? Okay. As you might expect, the board was very excited about this donation and what it would mean for the future of the music program at this school. However, I think you should understand that it does not come without strings. And as you have taken liberties with something of their suggestions in the past, i.e., the one with Claire, your name came up a time or two. Doesn't come without strings. You should understand that it does not come without strings. And as you have taken liberties with something of their suggestions in the past, as you have taken liberties with their referral of their suggestions in the past, something like that. Your name has come up, i.e. the one with Claire, your name has come up a time or two. I know that music is an art, and I agree with you on that, but we are up against it on this one. There was talk of your dismissal. I think what's happening is this donation is coming from the Emily Cho's family. And the string they're asking her to pull is to put Emily in. Several. You've taken liberties with several of their suggestions in the past, i.e. the one with Claire. Your name came up a time or two about dismissal. So this is going to be, the donors are going to be the Cho family, not the Tessier family, but the Cho family wanting Emily in, is what I'm guessing. I agree with you, music's an art. But we are up against it on this one. There was talk of your dismissal, but I argued in your defense, and several others agreed. We will be rooting on the time, we will be voting on the something at the next meeting. I will see what I can do to sway allegiance with the others. Perhaps that will be enough until you are tenured next month. GT Senior. Okay, so I think what we've got here is someone pulling strings against Claire, probably for Emily, which explains why Emily got the roles in February. Now, what's the deal with these letters? Let's see. What's a good way to do this? If we go through them one by one, we got a C, and then what is that? An R? That's a weird looking typewritten letter. Like, what's this jumble up here? Why is that so weird? Kind of looks like an F, but then it's got a crooked thing. Maybe an R. Okay, C, maybe an R. Then we've got another R for sure. Then another R. Another C. It is a C, right? Not a J. Okay, CR, CR. Another R. So on this page, we're getting lots of C's and R's. But then all of a sudden, looks like a Z. Then a V. And over here, a Y. There was our Y. Then here we have an I don't know why it has such a weird cross if it's an L. Maybe an L or maybe an I and something we're not understanding. Then here we've got an what the heck? It's two letters on top of each other is what it is. Some of these letters are multiple letters on top, unless that's a B. It almost looks to me like it's an E on top of a, I don't know. B maybe. And we've got another letter down here. Maybe an H. S. E. And we've got another B. Is there something there? Yeah, G. So, is that a letter there? Did I already do that one? Oh, there's an A. So, and then in fact, I think I got that one already, that S. So, I'm trying to think how we would use the information of these letters being all over the place. If I had to guess, I don't think there's any way for us to come up with a statement out of these. These don't look like code words. But what you might guess is that something's coming through from another typewritten letter. In other words, it's almost as if there was a typed letter on another sheet above this. So what I'm wondering is if we're going to at some point find a typed letter where if you look at it overlaid, we'll be able to tell that this person wrote that on this on the stack of letters above it. I guess we'll just continue doing this. I just don't think we're going to be able to reconstruct these into anything, but I'm guessing maybe we'll be able to match it up to another document. So on the other side we have, maybe I'll just write it on the other side of this. The other side we have an N here and a Y. And here we have what looks like a B. What do you guys think about my theory that this isn't something we'll be able to reconstruct, but is more another letter we're going to be able to see, that we're going to be able to see was written by this guy, or on this stationery at least, and then it's coming through the page somehow. Not much on the other side. Let's see. Or there'll be a note with this kind of problem so we can identify it. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Maybe it doesn't even have to line up. It's just another note with a similar issue. Okay, so let's put this with this. Put it off to the side. Very, very deep case we've got here. Okay, next piece of evidence. Actually, this is our last piece of evidence from this packet. Okay, 5:15 p.m. Here's the phone number, 6478. What the heck is going on? First you break up with me. Oh my God, it's Claire and Ben talking. First you break up with me. Wait, this is important. Let's do this one thing at a time. Here's Claire. Is that Claire's confirmed number? Claire's confirmed number is 1342. She's talking to someone, 6478. Is that Ben's? Do we have Ben's number somewhere? I think we do. All right, but assuming she's talking to Ben. We don't have a date here either. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. 2/3/17. So this is not on her disappearance, but this is according to her diary. Let's track it down. So on the 3rd of February, she's got no entry. Okay. What the heck is going on? First you break up with me over the phone, then you disappear for over a week. I don't know where you are. I don't know why you're gone. You just tell me that we're over, then I see you pull into the gas station and this girl is kissing your neck while you're pumping gas. Yeah, I watched the whole thing. I'm pregnant. That sort of thing just doesn't go away. If that was too much for you to handle, we could have just talked about it. But this has gone way past talking about. Whoa! This was Jonathan's sort of theory that Ben is having and is actually seeing someone else. Whoa. Who is it going to be? Who is this girl going to be that he's hanging out with? Is it a girl who's orchestrated this? Is it Emily Cho? Girl is kissing your neck while you're pumping gas. Wow. That's huge. So she waits for a bit, and then she says, nothing, I see. He says, it's complicated. So she sends a message 10:24. 6 minutes later, she's pissed off. I see. 1 minute later, he replies, it's complicated. It's complicated, she says? You walk away and all you can say is it's complicated? I'm sorry. What did I do? It's not you. What is it then? Hello? What is it then? Or who is it? Hello? Can you at least tell me her name? Goodbye, Claire. Whoa. That is a cliffhanger. I did not see this coming. I really thought Ben was so broken up about it that he wouldn't be messing with someone else. Everything about this is still him saying it's complicated, as if they're related, but why is he not denying this girl kissing him? He's broken up with the woman he's going to marry for 1 week? Anna says something that I think too, like, would she say that girl if she knew her? So it doesn't sound like she knows her. This girl is kissing her neck. So this is a girl that Claire does not recognize, but surely Ben would admit it, would deny it if it was not true. It's not you, he says. Goodbye, Claire. Wow. Oh, that's rough. And then here we have this photo that we thought we might be explained. We might be told what this is, but this sure looks like the two of them and probably Claire's ring. We're told what kind of ring it is. I mean, I suppose we could confirm it from the pawn document, wherever that is. It was an oval cut, whatever. Anything jump out at you about that? It's her left hand. We're not told anything about her left hand in particular. I don't know that there's information we can get from this photo. None that I can think of. I want to see, why doesn't she address in her journal about seeing Ben with another woman? Let me just see when this was. So let's just look at this for a second. On the 3rd, she complaining that he's been gone for a week and he broke up with her over the phone, and now she sees him with another girl. Then, but before that, when he broke up, I'm freaking out. Ben called, told me he had a change of heart, terminate the pregnancy. He's having second thoughts. I don't know what to say. All right. And then this is after she saw Ben kissing the girl, she's changing topics. She's talking about the performance, going to class. She found the threatening note. Amy got home, her key didn't work. I needed a win after last week. Okay, so she just moved on from talking about Ben after that phone call. So she gets the threatening note. She's decided, though, she's not going to let Emily or anyone else push her around. She's going to go for that role. Emily's been shooting me daggers. And then it's where she finds out that Emily got the lead again. I finally talked with Ben today. I still don't understand what happened. I don't think he does. He says he's moved on, but I can hear regret in his voice. I'm still wearing the ring. Amy says I should take it off, but it doesn't feel right. I mean, we should leave open the possibility that she's killed herself, right? Certainly in real life, that would be a reasonable possibility. But she seems pretty resilient. Wow, that was interesting hearing that phone call, that text message. I think I would agree with Anna's statement here. Anna says, I think Ben was just trying to make himself move on with another girl. I think that makes some sense psychologically speaking. He's like traumatized by getting this information and he's trying to quickly move on. So he's quickly hooked up with another girl. but they're in a car together getting gas. That's not something you do with a, that's not hooking up with a girl at a party. That's like going somewhere with a girl. But another way to look at that is a girl is kissing his neck, so she only sees her from behind. So it's a little excuse about why we might not recognize the girl. All right, let's take a break. I'll make a copy of the cell phone records and we'll start going through them and thinking about what other evidence we need to go search out. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. The chat has been chatting. The audience has been chatting. Space GTL says, let's not forget our main objective is time of death as well as eliminating suspects. The Spamonite says GPS locations, we can track them on Google Maps. The Spamonite says, I also noticed something on GPS. It says 1/5/2017, which implies it might not be a typo. It has to be a typo. Has to be. Otherwise, nothing makes sense. Anna says, I was wondering, did Claire's biological mother know who she was? It looks like their family was also a benefactor of the music school. I wondered about that myself. I don't think so, though. But we can talk about that. So I've made copies for us to go through the time records, but let me address that first question first. Time of death. I think we actually, with this information, have a very tight time of death. It seems to me that Claire, look, here's Claire's phone pinging down here with no location, latitude, and longitude. I think that suggests that by 8 p.m., she's out on the ice, out of cell tower range, something like that. So I think we've got timeline here that's somewhere between 5:45 and 8:15 in that 2.5 hour window. She's been killed and is drowned, and her phone is not being able to ping off the address, something like that is my guess. So that may be a close enough time of death that we need. Now let's fill out this, and then it'll help us identify phone numbers, and we'll do some other stuff. So what do we want? We want to find all phone numbers of people we can and put them out here. So let's check out her biological father, 8210. Let's find him. Is he on here? Yes. Okay, so we're going to call this Mac. That's her biological father. 8210. 8210. So Mac is in London the whole time. He is absolutely alibied. So let's make a list. We can start alibying people because that's another one of our jobs. So Mac, the biological father, has a timeline alibi. That is solid. Okay. Who else do we have phone number for? So on our interviews, we don't. So interviews, we don't give us timeline alibi. So let me put those aside for now. Receipts don't have information. I believe we've got Ben's phone number here. 555-6478. 6478. Okay, so we believe this is Ben. And then 6478 is here again. Ben is in Burlington. How close is he to the festival? 482 versus 478. That feels to me like he's not there. I wonder if using GPS we could put in this address, 2384 Old Plank Road, and whether that will line up with Ben's longitude and latitude. Well, I guess it's not going to be at 5. And it's probably not going to be at 8 either. So it wouldn't be so strange that he's not at this place. But okay. So let's not worry about that. Let's do our phone numbers. Okay. Here is Butchie, a prime suspect if you were talking about real life. Let me redeem this loan for 5878. Okay. Anyway. 2050. 2050. Okay. Okay, so there's Butchie. Would help if I had something to write on top of. 2050, and then here he is again. Okay, Butchie. Where is Butchie? 470. Well, we don't know where he is. Maybe we're going to look up these addresses later, but I'll tell you what let's do. We're pretty sure that at 5:45, Claire is at the festival. Let's mark here if we know where they are. So there's Claire at the festival at 5:45. We believe Emily is also there. I think it was this. This is also festival. And I believe this is Emily Cho. 6636. So this is going to be Emily. And she's also at the festival. 6636. Here's Emily. Now, I believe Emily is going to still be at the festival by 8. Is that right? 468-7322. That's not right. She's not at the festival at 8. Where's my timeline of the fireworks? Fireworks were 8:15. I thought Emily said she was at the fireworks till slightly after the fireworks or slightly before. I think she said slightly after. But maybe the fireworks are slightly down the street. So maybe Emily is still at the fireworks with her parents. But possibly not. 4.46, that actually sounds like she's moved off from the fireworks. It's a little suspicious to me. Where is Emily if she's not at the festival? We're going to have to GPS this because Emily said that she and her family were at the festival till after the fireworks. That would have been at 8:15. So at 8:15, she should have been there. But I suppose no, after the fireworks ended, she said. So at 8:15, she should still be there. So if she's not, if this address is far enough away from the fireworks, it's pretty close. But if it's far enough away, certainly if it's where one of that station is, which we're going to look up, then that's going to be suspicious to us. Okay, let's see. What other phone numbers do we have? What about these people? 3392, the RA? No. This person, 2323? No. Who else do we know? Amy Matheson, who's a pretty big suspect on our list because of her weird statements. Her phone number is 7060. Okay, so there's Amy. 7060 and Amy. Now, Amy should be home in her dorm when she gets the call at 5:45, I think. So, one question for us will be, is this the dorm where Amy is? Looks like it could be about right. We'll want to check it. And then here, Amy is home in Mount Sable. So Amy is there by 8. We're told it's 20 miles north, so you might even be able to calculate how long that could have taken her to get there. All right, let's find Ethan. Pink says, maybe this goes with the map. Maybe the map has longitude and latitude? I wonder. Does it? No, not in an obvious way. Sorry, not in an obvious way. We've got numbers on the top going from 2,400 to 200,000. And numbers on the side going to 48546. So I don't think we can use that as GPS, can we? Unless you think these numbers are longitude and latitude. These numbers look like 7636. What are these numbers? Are these longitude and latitude? 763696, 865636. I don't know what these numbers are. And I'm not sure how we would read these numbers on the left and right in longitude, latitude. We've got this park where the festival is should be 44.47, 73.21. So 44, that can't be right. The numbers at the top and left are GPS numbers after the period, says the chat. All right, let's look at it more closely then. So you're saying that if the festival is at 44.47 and 73.21, we should be looking at 47 and 21? Okay, I guess you're right. So 47... Okay, let's look. Let's work it out. We're gonna do the festival. We know the festival is 44.4796. So we're only gonna look at after the decimal place. So 4796 should be about here. And then 73.219 would be about here. Okay, so you're right. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, so there's our festival. Now, and Amy's house would be at 38 and 20. So 38 is off the map north. Miles. Okay, that's consistent. So far, so good. All right, now let's find where Ben was. Ben at 545 was at 482 by 208. 482 by 208. So 482 is down here by 208 is over here. So at 545, Ben is somewhere here. 482, which is slightly below, right? Could be at Jack's house. 482 by 208. 208 would be 5, 6 would be here. Wow, Ben is here. That's troubling. I'm just going to write down that Ben is near Jack's house. That troubles me. What about Amy? Let's see if this puts her on campus. 480 by 200. So 480 puts here, and 200 puts right at the corner. So Amy is consistent with being on her in her dorm, I guess. Dispanonite says, I'm wondering if we should make a copy of the map and mark it. Yes, I think you've got a point there. There may be an easier way to do that. We're allowed to get digital copies of it by going to the website. I wonder if we could go to episode 1 and say request missing documents. Let's just try this. What the hell? Did we not get the map on the first day? Sketch, interview, missing poster. Maybe we didn't get it on the first day. I thought we did, though. Maybe it was on the second day. It was on the second day. All right, take it easy there. Whoa. Whoa, this is too much information. We don't want this all. Don't look. I'll try not to look either. Missing documents. The only reason I'm doing this is because it's big enough that I would have a hard time scanning it. So I'm going to see if maybe the digital version is easier. Okay, let's see if they'll send me a digital version. I suppose I could scan it in 2 parts easily enough. Okay, let me do that then. I think you're right that this would make it a lot easier for us. All right, let's tell you what. Let's work on phone numbers while we're waiting for that. Let's get the owners of the phone numbers, and then I'll scan and print out and we can annotate. Yeah, how about that? All right, who else's phone number do we have? Amy, Butchie, Emily, Ben. Let's get Ethan's phone number. Where do we have Ethan's phone number? We've got it in our report of death. Where's our death report? Here. Biological father 1286. He's not on there. Ethan McDaniels. 6191. All right, 6191. Where is Ethan's phone number? 6191. Ethan. 6191. Ethan. All right, we're going to track down his GPS later. We've still got 3 phone numbers that we have on a sheet that we don't know what they're for. Now notice that the 802 and the 838, the 802 is Burlington, the 212 is New York phone number. So, but who are these people? Someone's in Cooper. We don't know who that is. 1632. It feels like we know what that phone number is, but where is it? Where did we get it from? We may have to go through these documents again. To look for phone numbers. Anyone else? There's a second phone number on the yearbook scan. There are multiple. There's 3 phone numbers here. There's the RA, who I think was the witness to when Claire came home. And then there's this person that lives in Mount Sable, but we don't know. But 2323 and 3392 are not on our list, either of them. So we've still got 3 missing phone numbers. What about our woman? Oh, what about the letter that had 2 phone numbers? Here we go. So he says, I don't know if you kept the 9156 number. So actually, there we go. So this is our Doc Kathleen. 9156 is Doc Kathleen. 9156 Doc Kathleen. Okay. And then GT says my phone number is 1672. So he's our 1672. We don't have that. We have a 1632. I wonder if that's going to be the wife then. We don't have her phone number though, do we? It's not mentioned in the paper, I hope. Why would she have her phone number mentioned in the paper? That would be a strange thing to do. So we've got 2 phone numbers that we don't know how to find who they belong to so far. Any more ideas? George Jr., the car reporter. Good. Let's see if we've got his phone number. Hopefully the police took it down. Let's see. Where is that information? Is it on the police report or on the intro letter? Probably on the police report. George Whitcomb is the person who found the body, found the car, but they don't have his phone number. 128670. So we're missing 1632, which sounds familiar to me, and we're missing 7599. I'm sure we've seen that 1632 somewhere. I'm pretty sure we've seen it. But where? Where have we seen that 1632? If we can't figure out who it is, we'll just try to track their location, but it sure would be helpful if we could find who that was. Any theories? Pretty sure Cooper location is Claire's dad on the death report. Okay, let's see. Robert Fontaine is 838-1286. So it's not the address he's listed here on Cooper though. So that could be the mother. if it's in Cooper, but it's not the father's number, it would be a good guess that it's the mother's number, right? So let's pencil it in tentatively as a probable question whether it's Claire's mother. Tentative, because it's her hometown. But we're not sure. And then death report. So did you mean this report? That's the father in Cooper, but he's got a different phone number. What about the Christmas card, mom and dad? Autopsy report doesn't have any phone numbers. Interviewed him. Let's see. Report from Claire and Amy. Fine. Let's see. We've got a different phone number for Ethan. 6191. No, that's Ethan's number. All right. Well, it's certainly possible that we don't that there are two phone numbers we don't know yet, although it would be nice if the police told us why they're tracking those numbers. If you're right about the Cooper mother, then there's just one other phone number we don't know. It's 1632. It sure feels to me like I've seen that number. Perhaps it's not 1672 in the letter, but 1632. Can we zoom in on George Sr.'s number? I mean, you do have a good point. That would make some sense. Let's do it. And then let's maybe tentatively say that maybe it's a typo, but okay. So here are the two phone numbers that he writes. We know this weird thing is a 1. 9156, and then he, oh, it is a 3. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's a weird 3. Good catch. Good catch. Okay. Good catch. Well, we knew that was a possibility, but you guys definitely found. Did you guys get a chance to see that? How clearly it was a 3? Boy, I can't even see with my native eyes, but you zoom in and it's clearly a 3. Very sneaky. Okay, well, he writes some weird numbers. Okay, so this is GTS. GTS. All right, we've identified, we think, all of our phone numbers. Very satisfying. All right. Now we're going to try to put them on the map. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a little early break for 5 minutes, and I'm going to either get the map in my email or scan and print, and then we'll have a map we can write on. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Scanned and printed. The chat is talking about our assignments. We have an answer for time of death. At least we've got a reasonable window. And Tina said we only need to eliminate 2 suspects. I'm not sure that's true. Let's look in our assignment here. So I think that might be a misreading here. It says we're looking for 2 things here. Motive and opportunity. When you can verify that a suspect did not have a motive or opportunity. So it's not saying just eliminate 2 suspects. It's saying eliminate whoever you can. Can we rule out Amy? I don't think she has a motive, but did say strange things. I don't think I'm ready to eliminate anyone yet. I want to track their locations first. And I want us to look at Ethan's website to see if, in fact, I think maybe we might want to look at that first. Let's look at his website here and see if we've got GPS coordinates. We do have water temperatures. So on the day she died, where we think she died, okay, at G, it was 34 degrees. Enough to keep her body relatively cold. All right, let's see if we can find, were there GPS coordinates in the webcams? So it was Vermont cams. Okay, are there GPS coordinates here? There aren't. Well, he does have a traffic cam. He is watching where he could see her car drive by. But we don't have GPS coordinates, so we can't use his website to get us GPS coordinates. There's a map on the top of this page, I believe, but no coordinates. Yeah. Oh, I see what that little discoloration was on his business card, though. It's his Loch Ness Monster. Let's see how we can see anything in the traffic cams, though. No dead body on the street. All right, I don't think we've got GPS coordinates for this at this guy's website. Let's fill in. Well, let me see. Does chat have anything else they want to talk about before we try to fill in locations from the cell phone towers? Anna wants us to eliminate the one person we can eliminate. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. After we finish the map, let's go eliminate Mac and see what it asks. I agree. Since we do have another episode to get through. I'm fully on board with that. First, let's try to pinpoint our people. Okay. So, let's clear out some space here. I love that we've identified all the phone records of all the people. Now let's try to put them on the map. Okay, so we'll start with Claire, who we believe is at the festival at 5:45. So 479. In fact, I wonder if I can't unattach this. It'd be easier if I just move this to this. In fact, if I had thought of this, I would have just printed it out differently. Okay. That should make it a little bit easier. All right. So Claire is at 479, which is, I'm trying to think the best way to do this for you guys so you can see it with me. All right, Claire's at 479 and 219, which is right about here. So that's Claire and the festival. Festival Claire, also Emily. All right, we've just marked that that's where the festival is. Maybe better if I use the color that the roads weren't in. Okay. And then Claire's phone is dead, but pinging at 8:15. Emily says that she and her family are watching till after the fireworks. So the firework by 8:15, Emily should still be at the festival fireworks. So I want to verify that. There's Emily. Her GPS is 468 by 227. 468 is all the way up here. By 227 is here. What on earth? Is that right? Emily is 468 227. 468. In fact, 468 is even higher up. I think we've caught Emily in a lie. 227. 215-220-227. This Emily 815? Have we caught Emily in a lie? Or am I reading something wrong? Let me make sure you guys can see it. Maybe it's easier if I go this way. So, let's see. There's Emily 468227. That's Emily in a lie. Unless she said she left the fireworks early rather than later, but I'm pretty sure she said she left right after the fireworks. I have one slight concern about the fireworks. The fireworks are how we're timing most of these things. I'm a little concerned that there was something that said the fireworks might have started earlier, that I'm earlier ahead of schedule, that I might have missed. Is that possible? The Spamonite says, "Oh, Emily, you lying liar," possibly. I believe that's right. Let's just look at her statement again. She says she doesn't like Claire. Okay, let's just look at this. What time did you leave the festival? We stayed for about an hour after the fireworks. Whoa! There's no sense in fighting the crowds. So she didn't just say she left slightly after the fireworks. She said we stayed an hour after the fireworks. That would have her supposedly in the park till 9:15. And here she is, 8:15, way out here. Now, our other question is, is that where Claire was killed? Is this near where the body was found? Possibly. All right, let's see if anyone else is lying here, if we can track anyone else. So let's get Ben's address, because Ben's address at 5:45 was also suspicious. 482208 was Ben at 5:45. 482, which is about here, and 208, which is here somewhere. So this is Ben. Somewhere in here. Ben at 5:45. And we think at 7:15 he's up here at MacGuthers. If that receipt is right. Ben at 7:12 p.m. And then let's see where we've got him at 8. Ben at 8 is at 470214. 470214. He's still here at 8:15. Huh. 470. 214. $5:45 he's here. He goes to get his drinks and he loiters about for an hour. Kind of weird. But maybe he's fighting. I wish they asked him where he was, but okay. Those are all of Ben. It certainly doesn't put him at the festival. He had to spend some time drinking, getting his drinks. So let's put in that Ben is at Jack's house at 5:45 and at McGuffey's at 8. And Emily is north. I'll put north lie. That's what she's lied about her thing. Okay, who's next? How about Amy, who I'm also suspicious of? 480-200. So this should put her in her dorm. 480-200. Okay, so here's Amy at 5:45. Now let's catch Amy. Oh, and then Amy is in at 8:15 p.m. Amy is in Mount Sable. Off the map. Okay. Okay, and then she's at her dorm at 5:45. That's consistent. What about this GTS fellow, which we don't really suspect he's done anything? 459-243. So 459-243. He's off the map here somewhere. GTS. Here. Well, actually, he's kind of near the shanty town. GTS at 5:45, where this guy claims to find the ring. Okay, let's see where he is at 8:15 if he's moved on. He's at 479-219. He's at the festival? He's at the festival. 479-219. He's at the festival. GTS 8:15 p.m. Okay, our GTS person is actually at the festival. Okay. Biological father's in London. I'm going to mark that Claire is underwater when her phone wasn't pinging. GTS is, we're going to put that in his home in the northwest. Okay, how about Ethan, our stalker? Ethan the stalker is at 478-199. 478-199. He's off the map here. Ethan at 5:45. Maybe this is where his home is. Okay. I'm just going to put that Ethan is home east. Okay, and now where is he at 8:15? 477-200. 477-200. Well, Ethan's all around here. He could have killed her and come back, but that's a little weird. These might be actually consistent with where he works and where he lives. So maybe if we wanted to dig into this more, we could find out if that's consistent. But we don't have any other places near there. I'm just going to put that Ethan is near his home. Okay, how about the dock? She's at 478199. It sounds like 478199. She's right near where Ethan is. In fact, let's just make sure they're not at the same address. The dock is at 478199. Wow, she's right near Ethan. That's a little suspicious. Look at that. There's the dock, and there's Ethan. Kind of weird, right? Maybe that's a restaurant? Why is the dock and Ethan in the same place? Weird. Okay, let's see, where is she at 8:15? 476220. Let's make sure she's not with Ethan. 476220. No, she's not with Ethan. 476220 is here. Kathleen, the dock, 8:15 p.m. Not sure why she would be there. We don't really suspect her of anything, do we? We don't care about the person who's in a different town. That's the mother. And the dock, I don't know where that we're going to call this, near festival. Okay, last person to look up is Butchie, who I think we should have a real reason to be spooked out about. He's at 470214. 470214. It sounds like he could be at McGuthers at 5:45. And then where is he? Let's just put McGuthers. And where is he at 8:15? 481205. 481205. He's on campus. Wait, 205? Yeah. 205 is... Let me look up that again. Butchie. 481205. 481. Not quite there. 205 is here. And 481 is here. So that's consistent, but this is at 8:15. So Ben is hanging around here at 5:45, and then Butchie is here at 8:15. And then Butchie is here at 5:45, and Ben is here at 8:15. So it's like they switched locations. First Ben is here and Butchie's here. Then they swap positions. What do you make of that? We should also note that we believe that Claire is on this street around 7 p.m. Spotted driving somewhere on Main Street from her dorm. 7 p.m. Well, I recognize that with all this scribbling, it's a little hard to put it together. But if we trace Claire's movements, Claire is here at the festival at 5:45. Let's pencil that in, 5:45. So Claire's here, 5:45, when she's heard on the phone by Emily. Although Amy says, well, either way, we know she goes home, she walks to her dorm, she gets there at 6 p.m. That's confirmed by multiple witnesses. By 6:40. She gets home by 6:40. She gets in her car and she's seen driving down here at 7 p.m. We don't know where she was going, possibly here. Although Ben's not here by then. Ben is up here. That's when she's last spotted. Then somewhere before 8:15, she's found in the middle of the lake. But we know it's Station G. Is there any way for us to get a GPS of Station G? Hey, where is the pawn shop? "1212 Hickory Road." No GPS location, but maybe we could look that up if that's a real place. 1212. I would just like to know. Like, my gut is telling me something like Butchie robbed her car and took the ring from her purse. So maybe she went to someone's house, parked her car, and her car was stolen, and then she walked home and got killed. All right, well, let's eliminate the people we can eliminate and see if the timeline we have is close enough, because we don't know how much we're supposed to solve this episode or the next. So let's go to the website. Let's start eliminating the people we think we can eliminate, especially the biological father, and let's see what the game wants from us, yeah? Does everyone agree with that? Time to vote. Say vote questions if you want to go to the questions, or vote talk if you want to talk this out more. I wish we could get the GPS coordinates of Station G. In Ethan's interview, he doesn't say where it was, does he? He says Station H, 6:37 this morning. Doesn't say the GPS coordinates, though, huh? Too bad. Sure would be nice. Wish we could have gotten Ethan to give us... Okay, everyone wants questions, so that's what we're going to do. All right, so there's the duel. It felt like it was leaking a lot of information when I went to the page. I still want to know about the code, says Pink. That's a good question. I did do one thing. I made copies. I had an idea. I guess before we go to the questions, we're just going to look at this a second so I can explain my idea. I made copies of these two letters, and I thought, well, maybe if we overlay them and circle them here, it might, like maybe one, like if we combine both sets of letters, it's harder to see the letters now, but I was thinking maybe this will let us circle them here. And then do something with them. Are there any websites? It seemed to be leaking a lot of information when I went to that question page. But I was wondering, maybe if we overlay this on this, if we see where, like, there's a thing there, does that make any difference? No, there's one there in the bottom page and nothing here. So I just don't see how, at the moment, we can use this. All right, let's go to the web page. In fact, I'm going to take you off the web page so you don't see it while I look at it. So you guys don't get it. Okay, so it looks like, actually, even though it didn't say it, that it does want us to eliminate two suspects. Time of death and two suspects, it says. All right, so before we do that, do we have two suspects to eliminate? Who would you eliminate? The guy in London, for sure. It would be the guy in London we would eliminate, and anyone else who's not, who stays far away from her. But it said someone who doesn't have a motive and who's alibied with timeline. Certainly the London guy. But maybe it's her mother, right? I mean, if she's even an option. The mother is in Cooper and then in Cooper. All right, let's go to the pipe. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's try to put in our timeline, see if our timeline is specific enough. Okay, what can I do? I think I know the time of death, we're going to say. Okay, let's see how accurate we have to be. Which three pieces of evidence did you use to determine the time of death? Well, we just used the cell phone. Did we use anything else? What is this? This is leaking information. How would you answer this? We used the cell phone data mainly. We also used the information of her. That's all we used. It sounds like, okay. I think you guys are on the right trail. I think it's going to be the popcorn, right? Because I think if we think about it, and the RA statement. Okay, so let's think about it. This is good. So the cell phones give us one range, and that range is 5:15 to 8:15. That's the cell phones give us one range. Now, if we look at the popcorn, we believe she bought her popcorn at 5:45. So we've now narrowed the time range, the window, down. Now it's 5:45 to 8:15, right? This is cell phone. But actually, we don't need this because this is the popcorn. But actually, that's not useful to us, because we've got an RA with two witnesses that says she came home and then left at 7 p.m. Right? This is the RA. What document is that? That's our death investigation, right? Pam Spencer were doing homework and the RA Noel Brenner. They saw her leave at 7. So that's the RA death investigation form. So that narrows down our window to between 7 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. So there's two pieces of information, and the popcorn doesn't help us. So this sheet does, the RA statement. But now, can we narrow that down even further? Is there a third piece of evidence that narrows it down further? The map? I don't think the map helps us with the time of death. Let's see, this is a little bit cheating, maybe. But if we look at this, so I'm saying it's death investigation and cell phone location data sheet. But what else would it be? Is there anything that would narrow down the time of death? We've got a 1 hour, 15-minute window here. What information could let us narrow that down more? I mean, if we knew who did it, we could use their location. John says the pawn shop gives us a time someone has her ring. Yeah, but that's 2 days later he sells the ring. This is all based on the theory, of course, that when her cell phone stops pinging a location, we think she's underwater. Anna's guessing that it's that the popcorn wasn't digested. Space GTL says this game is very strange. I would agree with you. And I think I would agree with Anna's idea. We mentioned very early on yesterday that she just had a little bit of popcorn and it wasn't digested. And that told us that she must have been killed right away. The problem with that idea okay, good. Let's think it through logically. This is fun. All right, so imagine we walk into the DA's office and we say, I've got proof she was killed between 7 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. Well, no, I'm wrong. I was going to say that someone could claim that that her phone was pinging, but she was already dead. And that the popcorn receipt would prove to us that she was alive at 5:45, even though we weren't even told that that's her receipt. So that makes me a little uneasy, but that's a second question. But we've got witnesses showing her walking home at 6:40 and driving away at 7. So that's what gives us the 7 p.m. The popcorn might tell us that she was killed that night. But then if that's the case, then you'd have to be saying that the cell phone pinging with no address would be useless. Like, our whole theory depends on the idea that the cell phone pings show she was dead. But if you want to argue that the cell phone pings don't prove she was dead, then how do you get a good timeline? Does the autopsy say how long it takes for someone to digest food? No. I don't think logically. Well, here you go. You try to convince me. Tell me how we need both the cell phone and the popcorn and the witness statement about seeing her come at 6:40 and leave at 7. How could all three of those be useful to us? The eyewitness statement gives us her last time seen at 7 p.m. Her car is seen. She's seen personally at 6:40. Her car is seen at 7 p.m. I suppose her car is seen at 7 p.m. But she's not seen at 7 p.m., right? Let's just see. They see her walk in. No, they see her leave at 7 p.m. wearing the same black parka. And then her car is seen on Main Street. So my question to you is, how do you make the case that we need the witness statements and the popcorn and the cell phone? That doesn't make sense to me. A witness puts her alive at 7 p.m. So the popcorn we don't need to tell us that she was alive at 5:45 because we know she was alive at 7. And then if you want to say that the popcorn is needed to tell us that she was killed that night, then you have to argue that the cell phone not pinging her location doesn't tell us that. So either the cell phone not pinging is useless, and then we need the popcorn to tell us she was killed that night, but then we have to guess that she was killed anywhere between 7 p.m. and midnight. But if we believe the cell phone not pinging tells us that she was dead by then we don't need the popcorn receipt. Let's look back at it again. So, death investigation, that's the eyewitness saying they saw her at 7. And the cell phone puts her dead by 8:15. Now, do any of these others tighten that timeline? Certainly not the newspaper article. Certainly not the letter to Catherine. Certainly not the Soloist newspaper. Not the texts. Those were a month before. Not the life insurance policy. Not the audition poster. If she went and had drinks with Ben at 7:15, if the McGuthers receipt was hers, that would tighten our alibi, but we don't have any thought that that's her receipt, do we? I mean, let's get those pieces of evidence that could be conceivable. There's the popcorn. The autopsy report is listed as an option. Do we want that? I don't think that helps us for time of death. Unless, so the other option would be to say that the cell phone pings are useless and therefore it's the popcorn and the autopsy that narrows it down. But then our time of death would be somewhere between 7 p.m. and midnight, 7 p.m. 24-hour window. Just trying to get, like, if the cell phone tells us her time of death, then we don't need the autopsy. And if the cell phone doesn't tell us her time of death, then we've got a much bigger window. And whether the cell phone tells us our time of death seems to be a little bit subjective. Let me see what the chat says. 8:15 tells us only that the phone was off. It could be because of water or someone shut off the phone. I don't think it tells us it's off. That's what's a little interesting here, because look, the cell phone still shows up as marked as pinging in Burlington. So it's almost like it's malfunctioning because it's underwater, or because of it's underwater, the GPS is rejecting it. Like it's down at the bottom of the lake, or it's no cell phone tower because it's out in the middle of the lake, but it's somehow they know it's still in Burlington. That's what makes me think it's not just turned off. That's what makes me think she's underwater or something. GPS can't penetrate the water, etc. This may be a stretch. I may be misreading that, but I don't know. If we say this doesn't really give us her time of death, then on what basis do we have a time of death that's anywhere shorter than 24 hours? If the popcorn is the entire evidence of her time of death, then for all we know, it's somewhere within, 12, 24 hours. Let me just look at some more of these options. The Maple Flyer just tells us when the fireworks were. That doesn't help us. The MacGuthers receipt, 712. Popcorn, 545. Pawn shop autopsy, note to Claire. Butchie's map. Does Butchie's map help us with timeline? Does Butchie's map help us with timeline? Time of her death? I don't think so. Well, it is logical to say that the cell phone records don't help us. You could say that the cell phone of her cell phone not pinging is not determinative. And then you'd have to say that the three pieces of evidence were the eyewitness seeing her at 7 p.m., the popcorn receipt at 5:45, and the autopsy. And then you'd have to say the time of death is somewhere between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. That would be a reasonable claim, I suppose. John says, this is reminding me a bit of the infamous bookcase puzzle. There's lots of ways to make sets of three. I don't know. I feel a little different here. I feel like the most likely answer is a set of two. But if you had to say three, it makes you think that you should throw out the cell phone. But I really don't want to throw out that cell phone. It feels to me like that gives us the game told us we're supposed to find time of death. It feels very strange that our time of death would be so wide open. I suppose you could say that you need the popcorn receipt to corroborate the eyewitnesses. That you might think the eyewitnesses would be wrong, but that doesn't make sense because her car is seen. That's corroborative. So we've got two real choices here. We could either claim that the 7 p.m. to 8:15 p.m. window that the cell phone and the eyewitnesses give us could be tightened more by something we're missing. Presumably something that would shorten it before 8:15. Otherwise, you could say that the popcorn and the autopsy give us a big window, 5:45 or 7 p.m. with eyewitnesses on till morning. Hmm. Okay, let me, what if it's simple? If the map is the third since it was where the location of the people are. I don't know. I don't buy it. Let's back up for a second here. Let me ask you something. We have a receipt here for 7:12 p.m. Is there a way to put Claire here drinking with Ben? We believe Ben was here. Is it possible to put Ben here with Claire? Any information here about it? Beer on tap 5, subtotal 15, so something's missing from here. Guest 120, does that mean... Surely it's not 120 guests, so... Does that just mean like table 120? And what is this? 2 Joe B. I don't like how these two pieces of evidence don't have anything in the game telling us where they came from. Is there any way to track this to our girl, Claire? That would really tighten our timeline. Would it? Not really. She's alive. I suppose that would put her alive at 7 when we've seen her in the car at... I would put her alive at 7:12, but we've seen her in the car at 7. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't help us with our timeline. This is troubling to me. If Emily's lying and Amy's not, Emily sure seems to be lying. I want to throw out something, just thinking out loud here. Claire has a big black parka. Is it possible that, like, Emily has killed her, dumped her body, and is wearing her parka, going back to her dorm, collecting her car, driving away, and that the RA witnesses don't think they're looking at Claire, but are actually looking at Emily? I mean, Emily is at the festival with Claire. And then when she says she's at the festival at 8:15, she's actually far away towards where we think the body may have been found. That would be consistent with the idea that someone has dropped the car off somewhere, just abandoned it, to make it look like Claire was on the run. Jonathan says, I would think it would have to be Claire arriving. Isn't the fact that they ID at all mean they're at least recognizing her arriving? I mean, I would think so. It depends whether you believe in real life or not. In real life, sometimes people say, hey, I saw her. They were doing homework at the front desk. They saw her come in and leave wearing the same black parka. Then a surveillance camera caught her car heading west. So in real life, someone could be convinced they saw them, but they really just saw the they really just saw the parka and assumed it was her. And we've seen the photos. They're kind of similar looking. They both got dark brown hair. So does Amy, for that matter. How would they associate her with the parka? They see her every day. They know that's her jacket. Someone else, Emily, also tells us she mentions the parka. Let's read that again. Maybe there's a clue there. If Emily is very suspicious, let's see. She doesn't like her. Where does she work? The big building at the end of Canada Street, the front desk. We're closed Saturday. I was at the Maple Festival. We watched... Oh, wait a second. We watched the fireworks from Blake's. That is consistent with where she was found. So maybe Emily's not lying after all. She's saying her family went over to Blake's to watch the fireworks. That makes her possibly not so big a liar anymore. Because she's now here. So now I think they're not lying. I think she's right here at Blake's. So I'm going to retract my thinking that Emily is a liar. In fact, now I think Emily's alibi is good, and we could rule out Emily. But look, here's the part about the black parka. Do you remember what she was wearing? I don't know, the black parka she always wears? On the other hand, now Emily looks solid, and the person who looks more suspicious now is Amy, who gives us this bullshit thing about how she had a last-minute drive to help her sister, and she drives up where the car is found. Okay, how about this? Gotcha. How about this? Emily overhears Claire at 5:45 call someone. I posit that person is Amy. Emily hears the conversation going, Claire saying, I'm sick, I'm coming home, something like that. Amy tells us this bullshit story that Claire said she was going to save her a spot for the fireworks that were about to start, which we know were set to start for 2 hours, and Amy claims she last minute changed her mind, she's headed up north. Amy's home in the dorm. Is it not possible that what Amy told Claire was, I need a ride to my home, please come home and give me a ride? So that Claire rushes home, picks up Amy, who gets in the passenger seat with her marijuana. The two of them drive up to Amy's family, where something goes wrong. Maybe Amy tells Claire that I'm having an affair with Ben, or Claire figures it out, and they crash up near Amy's family house. But then how does Amy get the body to the lake? And how does that help us with timeline? Going back to our choices here. Anna says, okay, well, using your theory, what piece of information do we use? Yeah, it doesn't help me with that. So the two, choose at least 3 and up to 3. The only two things I can think of is these two, or if you wanted to swap those, these 3. But then you'd have to put the time of death as sometime after 7 or after 6:40. And the morning when it's decomposition. That doesn't sound like we've done a good job of finding our time of death. And if we do want to really find a time of death, it's got to be these two. Boy, that's frustrating. I got an idea for you. I got an idea. I got a different idea for you. I got it. Is the third one the item that told us what... Oh, I was going to say it was Claire's number, but that's not true. Her number is listed on the cell phone. The cell phone data is Claire's number. That's how we get Claire's number, from the cell phone location data sheet. Well, it's always possible that this game is a little buggered in terms of its questions. Jonathan says, I think the fact that the autopsy report is included from the first episode is telling. Is there any other piece of evidence from the first episode that we're using? Certainly not for this. Let's look. What? If you're counting on the autopsy, then it has to be the popcorn, right? $40 ml of partially digested food. Let's do a search here. Autopsy. How long for food to be digested? Stomach contents as a means of evidence. Any time from 22 hours to 2 days to complete. That seems like it's not helping us with our timeline much. 22 hours. That just tells us she was killed within 24 hours of eating the popcorn, it seems. I don't think it gives us a tighter timeline. Surely that's not enough, is it? This pizza's 2 hours. Now I'm confused. Pizza would take roughly 2 hours to digest. This says 2 hours pizza, and then above it says 22 hours. What the fuck? What kind of bullshit is that? Can someone explain? Why that web page said 22 hours and then 4 hours? How long does food take to digest? Dr. Lee says the entire digestive process can take several hours. Stays in your stomach between 40 and 120 minutes. And then add 40 to 120 minutes time spent in the small bowels. The denser the food, the longer it takes. Popcorn is very light. For popcorn, the digestion time is 40 to 120 minutes. Okay, then we have our answer, right? This is good. So we needed to research that. Popcorn's a light, non-dense food, should process quick, maybe 40 to 120 minutes. In that case, if she bought and ate one kernel of popcorn at 5:45, now we have a narrower timeline. Now we've got 7:45 as the latest she could die. So we don't need the cell phone records to give us an 8:15 time of death. Now we've got stomach contents on autopsy, and popcorn gives us a tighter time frame. So the 5:45 popcorn and the autopsy gives us a latest time of death at maybe 7:45, right? Earliest time of death is the RA witness at 6:40 or 7. So now we've got a 45-minute window, a tight timeline with 3 pieces of evidence. How does everyone feel about that? I feel great about that now. So we don't need the cell phone records at all. They don't help us. They're ambiguous. We've got an eyewitness statement that's 7 p.m. and a popcorn and autopsy that's 7:45. There's our window. Pink Drink says we could use Emily's witness statement, but Emily's witness statement could be a lie. We don't quite trust her, so I think maybe we can't rely on that. That's how I would interpret it. So I think we're looking at the only thing you could disagree about that would be if you think it could be anyone's receipt. So you could maybe say Emily instead of the popcorn receipt. And maybe the game will be happy with that. For all we know, there are options here that the game. But no, Jonathan, it can't be. It can't be that. Jonathan is saying maybe it's just all 3 things related to popcorn. That won't work for us. Because if we don't say use the eyewitness, then our window is anywhere from 5:45 to 7:45. That's too big a window. So we want the 6:40 to 7:45 or 7 p.m. to 7:45. So, but I wonder if it wouldn't let us use both of these choices, Emily and the receipt, or Emily or the receipt. I think we have to assume that that's Claire's receipt. Otherwise, what's it doing there? Why is it in our evidence? It would be professional if the original autopsy said they found a receipt in her pocket, but they don't. It is weird that we've got a receipt and no one's telling us where it's from. Let me see. It looks like I've got some rebellion here. Jonathan says, from Ahmed, I wonder if it's not 3 things related to the popcorn. Emily corroborates that she bought the popcorn. That's very interesting. But then what in... Pink seems to be agreeing here. So the three of you think that the three pieces of evidence that give us a time of death are Emily's statement about the popcorn receipt, and then the autopsy. Is that right? But then you've got her time of death between 5:45 and 7:45. That's a much bigger time frame than 7 p.m. and 7:45. Why don't you want to use the witnesses, the eyewitnesses? If you're willing to use Emily as an eyewitness, why not use the eyewitnesses at the dorm? Your theory is that without Emily's statement, we don't know that the receipt is for... Without Emily's statement, we don't know that the receipt is for Claire? That's your comment? That's your idea? But then do we really need the receipt? If we're willing to trust Emily, can't we just use Emily's statement? She doesn't give us a specific time, but she gives us an inferable time. Doesn't seem like we need proof of the receipt if we take Emily's word at face value. If you're willing to believe Emily, why do we need the receipt? Emily tells us she bought the popcorn right before she left. And then she left when she's spotted by the eyewitnesses. Why do we need the receipt then, if we're willing to believe Emily? It's only if we're not willing to believe Emily that that receipt becomes good proof. Emily proves she stops eating it by saying she throws it away. That's the key. Let's just try one set and see what the game says. My problem is believing Emily. If Emily's one of our suspects and we're not going to clear... What we are going to clear Emily. We are going to clear Emily. Right? Let me just get that on official. I think now we're ready to clear Emily, right? She was at the festival with her family until 8:15. So if we do clear Emily, then I think we can trust her statement. All right, let's have a vote. Vote and say your three pieces of evidence. I'll put them up on the screen so you can see them while you think. You got to say vote and then list the three things. The death investigation page is the page with the eyewitnesses that say she came at 6:40 and left at 7. The autopsy report is the thing that told us there was popcorn in her stomach. I think we're all agreed that the autopsy is key. Jonathan was very good to make us really focus on that. That gives us her latest time of death if it's combined with the popcorn. I don't like that it didn't tell us where we got that popcorn receipt from. We're all convinced now, newly convinced, that the cell phone doesn't help us. So I think the real question that you have to convince me is whether it's going to be death investigation. It's going to be autopsy. So the only question is it death investigation and one of the two popcorn people, either the receipt or Emily? That gives us a 7 p.m. to 7:45 p.m. window. Or whether you think it's autopsy and the two pieces of popcorn, which give us a 5:45 and 7:45 window. You have to accept that. If we use two pieces of evidence for popcorn, then our window is 5:45 to 7:45. It's a much bigger window if you just use the popcorn and the autopsy. So just keep that in mind. If you throw away the eyewitnesses that saw her coming to her dorm, then it's 5:45 to 7:45. The only thing that would make that appealing is if you agree with my bizarre theory that it wasn't really Claire coming in to pick up her car. Let me see what we got here. We got 3 people who think it's Emily and the receipt combining. 3 votes for double popcorn evidence. Do you guys think that that it wasn't Claire who came in to get to her room? Remember, she rekeyed her room. So if they recognized her coming home with her parka, but it wasn't her, how did that person get into her house if it was an impersonator? We're still waiting for Anna to make her vote and Dispaminite. Dispaminite says, I see what they're saying. The receipt tells us, where's my thing? The receipt tells us, without Emily's statement, we don't have proof the receipt is Emily's. I mean, the receipt was Claire's. I mean, I guess, but then do we really need the receipt? Can't we just take Emily's statement? Let me just see Emily's statement for a second. Let me look at Emily's statement again. I was ready to arrest Emily, but I'm favoring Emily. Emily says, I was behind her in line. She took the last bag of popcorn, then they lost power and I had to wait forever for the next batch. Meanwhile, she takes 3 bites, throws it away. Then she called someone to tell them that she felt sick and she was going back to the dorm. So here's the case I'm going to make. If you believe Emily, then we know that she took 3 bites, threw it away, then went back to the dorm. Then if we use the dorm witnesses, we've got her at 7 p.m. Everything is consistent without the receipt. We've got Emily's statement. We believe Emily. We know that she threw away the popcorn right before she headed back to the dorm. And then we've got the dorm people saying she arrived at 6:40. Isn't that a tighter timeline and lets us pinpoint the time of her popcorn without the receipt? And we weren't told, like, how are you supposed to know from this if you think that Emily's not giving us a time, but this does? We don't know that this was the last bag of popcorn. How are we supposed to know this is Claire's receipt? This receipt, I don't think we can know that this is this if we're I think we can use Emily to figure out when she threw away the popcorn. Even if Emily doesn't know exactly what time, she's given the cops enough information to figure out the time. But the fact that she's headed back to the dorm and she's spotted, doesn't that give us a timeline? Jonathan says, I just think from a meta standpoint, it makes more sense that three pieces are very closely related. I am going... Three people are voting for Emily. Well, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree. I don't normally do this. I normally go with the vote, but I'm going to have to disagree here. And we're going to try mine. And I'll tell you why. If we use what you guys are saying, we lose an hour and a half of our time of death window. Right? If we use what you guys are saying, then we're not allowed to narrow the time of death window, other than 5:45 and 7:45, right? Because that's our maximum window for popcorn digestion. (5:45) and the maximum time of digestion, 7:45. Whereas without the popcorn receipt, I still feel like the cops should be able to use Emily's statement and the RA statement to get us a much tighter window that puts her alive at 7 p.m. And it puts her home at 7. So John says we could look at the hints and the official solution after the vote. Yes, we will do that. Okay, so we are going to stop this vote, and I'm going to violate the wisdom of the crowds, which is very dangerous. And we're going to try a solution. But we know we're going to try that one, and if that doesn't work, we'll try the popcorn receipt. Either way, though, we do have to take a break first. A little bit of suspense here. We're taking our 8-minute break. We've been playing for 4 hours. We haven't gotten to the 3rd episode yet. A little bit dangerous, but we've been talking about this for a long time. 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll try our solutions. You are watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing for 4.5 hours, finishing up episode 2 of The Duel. And I've had a crisis of confidence during the break. And a different insight. Let me just check in with the chat here. We've been talking about how to answer these questions for a while. Jonathan's saying, I think we're thinking about this too deeply for what the game wants, or at least for these questions. And Tina says, also, who was with Ben and drank 3 beers? Anna says, I do like this case. I don't think these questions are very good. Jeannie says, I think the questions are meant to be thought-provoking, but I agree. Anna says, like in the first part, you beat up someone, threw her in the lake, but cause of death is really the algae. I'm going to disagree with Anna about the question 1. I think it did give us enough to understand what it wanted, but I agree in general. All right, I'm going to give you, explain my crisis of confidence here and tell you why I think I'm going to change my vote to what you guys wanted, but it's slightly different. I've been making the case about how important it is to narrow her time of death. That's why I'm so hot on the witnesses who saw her come in at 6:40 and 7. But here's where I'm starting to think differently. I've raised the idea that actually it's not Claire who shows up at her dorm and gets her car. And now I want to work that out a little bit more. If the festival, which we know exactly where the GPS is pinging, is here, if I trust Emily Cho, and I do, and she bought the popcorn at 5:45, got on the phone, spit it out, said, I feel sick, I'm coming home. She comes into her dorm at 6:45 on foot. Doesn't that seem like it shouldn't have taken her an hour? I'm wondering what's more likely, that she was killed soon after this, someone took her parka, had time then to walk to her dorm, got her car, drove back to where they picked up her dead body to dispose of it. So for me, it's now all going to come down to what's more likely, that it took her an hour to walk to her dorm, in which case I would stick with my eyewitnesses, or is it more likely that someone had time to kill her on her way home, maybe even here, but kill her, and then they had time to get to her dorm by 6:40. What's more likely? What's the timeline? To me, if you're walking 3 miles an hour, this is not a 3-mile trip, is it? Can someone help me with that? I know I apologize for drawing this out, but I really need to know this distance to make my final decision. And if I don't think it would have taken her more than a half an hour, then I'm going to say that that wasn't her walking into her dorm. So I need to know the distance. Can we get that from Google Maps? Can someone search this while I'm searching this? Directions for walking. I don't want location. Let's try. Can I just go there? I probably shouldn't have been directions. Okay. The Spamanites can tell us using Google Maps. Yeah, if you could get there, if you could figure out that before I can. Let's see. Where is our Main Street and State Street? So can we say from, looks like Waterfront Park to, where is her dorm? It's on State Street. Where would that be? There's Maple. Can I put a pin? Not really. There's Butler Hall. All right, let's try this. Directions. I wouldn't mind some help. I'm not very good at this. Waterfront Park to where do we think she is? Waterfront Park to Edmonds Elementary. Would that be reasonable? Can't find State Street. Guess she's on campus. Trying to think what a representative location of her. City Market. Waterfront Park to City Market. City Market, Burlington. Will it tell me? 16-minute walk. So look at that. It looks to me like that's a 15-minute walk. So if she's feeling sick, she throws away the popcorn at 5:45, 5:50. She heads right back to her dorm. She should have been there in 15 minutes. So the question then is, why do the witnesses see her arrive at 6:45? That's an hour. To me, that suggests that she did not walk home, that she was killed. Someone took her coat, hurried home, got her car, drove, and is disposing of her body or running away. Maybe they only saw the park it. We are told they're doing homework. And we are told that it says, just to read the report, Noel Brenner and his girlfriend Pam were doing homework at the front desk. Both witnesses claim to have seen the victim enter the hall wearing the same black parka. And then the surveillance camera catches the victim's car. So, what's going to happen here is I'm changing my opinion. But not because I think we need those two pieces of evidence, but only because I don't believe the witnesses at the RA station anymore. I don't believe that was Claire, which means I don't think we can narrow her death to 7 p.m. And I think it's more likely, especially with the light popcorn, that she was killed before 7 p.m. Which means I don't want to push that timeline to 7 p.m. So I'm changing my vote to the wisdom of the crowds, although you did not convince me for the reasons you think. I convinced myself based on not believing the 7 p.m. anymore. So here we go. I'm changing my opinion. We're about to vote here. It's not going to be the death investigation. It's going to be the popcorn receipt. Popcorn receipt, Emily Cho. I really still don't think we need the popcorn receipt, so I am troubled. But I guess I can't vote for the RA people anymore. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Let's see what happens. I know everyone's okay with this because most of you all voted for it. Here we go. Next. I think you're onto it. If Claire ate the popcorn at 5:45 and the autopsy report makes no mention of the popcorn leaving her stomach, then we should be able to get a clearer picture of when she died. What's your assessment? How long do you think it would take popcorn to exit the stomach? That's a weird question. But because it seems like it's a simple search. Okay, we think it's going to be less than 2 hours because it's just one bite of popcorn. It's not very dense. Are we okay with less than 2 hours? Didn't we think max 2 hours, right? Max. So I think we're ready to vote less than 2 hours. Any disagreement? It doesn't sound like maybe it needed Emily Cho. We're going to look at the solution for this. All right, less than 2 hours. I spoke to an expert on this and they confirmed that it should take about 45 minutes. That would set her time of death right around 6:30. Great work. Now, let me point out something really key here. No, look at this. 45 minutes. That means I was right, that wasn't her walking into her dorm. And I was right to avoid picking them because that timeline is false, which now tells us that because we spent so much time talking about this, we figured out a huge clue. Someone killed her, grabbed her jacket, impersonated her at the dorm, got in her car, and drove her car. That's a huge breakthrough, and all of our time debating it was worthwhile because that's a very subtle comment here. Are you ready to begin eliminating suspects? Yes, we are. That was extremely satisfying. We talked for an hour, but it was really satisfying. Yeah, I think it means it was a girl. I don't know. If you're wearing a park over your head, you could maybe disguise yourself as someone else, but you would think it was a girl. But it's not going to be Emily. Okay, who do we want to establish as innocent? We believe Mac Lowry is in London, right? So here we go. Let's do our votes. Let's vote for the first one, the easy one. Is anyone... Let's all vote for Mac Lowry. He's the guy in London. If there's no objection, I guess we don't really need to have a vote. But I think we start with Mac Lowry. Okay, everyone's voting for Mac Lowry, so we can just stop right here. This vote. I'm going to stop it, clear it. And here we go. First person is Mac Lowry. We have his phone records. Which two pieces of information confirm that Mac is innocent? Okay, well, the cell phone location sheet, and then I think it's asking for where we get his phone number from, right? And we get it from this thing, right? That's when he wrote her this note and gave us phone numbers. So let's see, what choice is that? I think it's the note to Claire, yeah? Dear Claire, it says. So, note to Claire. Anyone disagree? Or should I click next? It is fascinating that someone put her parka on. We were given a little extra clue about that, given that her parka was not found with her body. Okay, Pink says click next. There we go. Next. Looks like Mac was in London the whole time. Too bad he never got the chance to meet with his daughter again. Looks like he can be crossed off the list. I think we may be able to prove the innocence of one more suspect. So I believe this is Emily here. but it's debatable. So if we look at our sheet here, what have we got? Kathleen is here at 8:15 p.m. and Dr. Kathleen is up, I forget where, oh, here at school. I think she was it here? We don't know. We can't really eliminate her. Ben, we know he was here at 5:45 and here at 8:15, but that doesn't mean he didn't come and kill her and then go here. Now, Emily was right with Claire at 5:45 and then up here at 8:15, so she was in this whole area, but she's got a real strong alibi with her family, right? I just don't see how she kills him and holds up her alibi with her family. On the other hand, Robert, we don't have Robert's phone line, so we can't, phone number. We've got his wife's maybe, but not Robert's, so we can't eliminate Robert. Amy, well, Amy by 8:15 is all the way up north, 20 miles, but that would only take her 20 minutes to get there, so I don't think we can rule out Amy. GTS guy, George the Senior, well, he was right at the festival at the end of the night, so it seems like he could have killed her. And Butchie is here at 5:45 and here at 8:15, so he could have diverted to kill her. The only person who really doesn't feel like they could kill her is Emily. I thought parka was a coat, but you said it was on her head, so what is it exactly? Yeah, a parka is like it could just be a coat, but I think it implies a hood. So I do think she's wearing a hood. Okay, but let's focus on this. What about, and Ethan is the same thing. Ethan is here the whole night, 5:45 and 8:15, but he could have been here 5:45, diverted, killed her, and come back, right? So I think our alibi is someone who could have stolen her car and then gone up north. I think if we had to guess, we might guess it's Amy. But either way, it feels like Emily's are alibied out. The only thing that's a little scary is her alibi is her family, which we haven't spoken to. Anyone have a different assessment of that? Let's have a vote. Maybe I'm not thinking about it properly. All right. So what are your thoughts about our second person? Is it going to be Emily that we alibi out? Or do you have a different theory? Well, Ben doesn't have a good alibi. Ben is down here at 5:45. He doesn't go drinking. He's not found drinking till 7 p.m. Plenty of time to kill her. Remember, our new time of death is around 6:30 p.m. So the question is, where was anyone at 6:30? Emily is with her family the whole night, and she goes up to watch fireworks. And she's waiting around for popcorn machine to come back online. So for me, it's Emily. Who drank the beers with Ben? We don't know, but it's a 7:12 p.m., so it's not an alibi. Right? Maybe he killed her and came up for a beer. It doesn't give us real alibi. Jonathan says, eliminate based on motive. It's tricky because we're told in the instructions that we should eliminate based on when you can verify that a suspect did not have a motive and they lack the opportunity to be near her. Talk to me. So it seems like it wants people with both cases. But then the question, does Emily have a motive? Then we shouldn't eliminate her, maybe. That's tricky. If you don't think it has both, then you could eliminate someone without a motive. But if you don't think it has to be both, then we can eliminate someone with a timeline alibi. Remember, Amy's the one that they said doesn't have a motive and opportunity. I think it's Amy. That's interesting. But why do we think Amy doesn't have a timeline opportunity? We know she's in the dorm at 6 p.m. or so. We know she's not up at her house till 8:15 or so, so we don't know where she is in the intervening time. Only Emily has family with her the whole time, and also Emily doesn't really have a motive, does she? Her parents are pulling strings, and she's got the job that Claire wanted. Her family got her the roles, so what's her motive at this point? She doesn't have one. Pink is still focused on MacGuthers. I agree, it's interesting, but no, there's no phone number here, and we don't know what this is. To Joe B. This could mean two people, Joe and Ben, but we don't know who that is. We could. What is Butchie's first name? Frankie. Butchie Frank. That doesn't help us. I don't trust Emily for some reason. Well, I didn't trust her till I found out she wasn't lying about being up near Blake's watching the fireworks. Anna says vote Amy, but I think she meant vote Emily is what I... Oh no, Anna says if they don't have a motive and opportunity, I think it's Amy. All right, I'm going to vote Emily, and we're going to see what happens. Because I like Emily. Maybe I'm just rebounding because at first I was suspicious of her, so now I feel guilty. But we're going to vote Emily. But what if Emily messed with the DNA? What if Emily messed with the DNA? She might have, but she has a good timeline alibi. Right? Unless you think her family's going to lie for her, I guess they could. I mean, she was at the festival. You could claim that. No, if you tried to eliminate anyone based on, like, Emily is at the park, but she's with her family. If you want to claim that Emily could have stepped away and killed her, couldn't anyone have? Is there anyone on our list that couldn't have gotten themselves there by 6:30? Can you answer me that? Is there anyone on this list that we know timeline-wise couldn't have gotten themselves there by 6:30? I don't think there is. Who is Robert Fontaine? Robert Fontaine is the adoptive father. The problem is we don't have his cell phone records, so we have no idea where he was that day. We have what looks like the mother's maybe cell phone records, but not his. Can we go through people's statements again? Does Robert have a statement? I mean, Robert's the father. He's got no motive. But on the other hand, we don't know anything about his timeline. I think normally I would be happy to go through statements. But I'm a little worried because people can't make it tomorrow that we kind of got to finish this tonight. So I think I could very well be wrong about Emily. Let's see what happens. Jonathan, you're okay with Emily? Oh, uh-oh, look at that. Emily forgot she went out on the dock, or she was lying. Either way, I don't think we can trust her. Whoops, looks like Emily could be our killer. But I thought she went out to Blake's. Maybe I should have looked at the GPS carefully. Maybe she wasn't at Blake's, but she was nearby. All right. Now Emily is right in my sights. That seems very incriminating, the way it put that. That seems very incriminating. Maybe I should have looked at her GPS more carefully. Originally, I thought she was lying 468227. Let me just find again where she was. 468227. 227. 225. 225. 227 could be here. And then 227 and 468. 468 is here. It really looks like Blake's to me. But maybe that's just her alibi. Okay, let me think. Yeah, what's our next guess then? I suppose if you had to eliminate someone by motive, it would be the father. But it would be the doctor too. So you can't eliminate by motive. Otherwise, doctor would be eliminated. The father would be eliminated. So it has to be timeline. I'm not sure I understand this. Do we have any motive for Amy? No, I guess we don't have a motive for Amy, but we have no motive for the father. I guess the fathers could get the life insurance. But what would be the doctor's motive? If we're just going to eliminate based on motive, why not eliminate the doctor? What possible motive does the doctor have? So her adoptive father does have a motive. That's the life insurance. But the doctor has no motive. So if you tried to eliminate based on motive, you'd eliminate the doctor or Amy. And if you're not going to eliminate by motive and you are going to eliminate on timeline, then I don't know what to do. Could the interview where they say Ben is calling her after she disappeared, though? It seems weak to me. That cannot be used to prove that he didn't do it. We aren't told specific dates. Is it possible that the I got an idea for you. The doc wouldn't impersonate Claire in a Parker, so pick her. I have a different idea for you. What do you think about this? Look at our timeline tracking. What do you see? Kathleen is here at 8:15. The doc is, the GTS who wrote her the letter is here at 8:15. Is it possible that the letter with the secret code set up a rendezvous? Is it possible they set up a little tryst? And then he's given her a secret message about how to hook up. Where's our... I will note that the typewriting letters are on top of other letters. Is it possible that they're combining? Like, not R, R, kept... Let's look at, if you hold the letter up to the light, can you see more message? Oh, I need the original, don't I? Boy, we got a lot of documents here. Where's the original letter? That's the copy, original. If you hold up the original to the light, it doesn't help. Makes it harder. I wonder if maybe, I'm reluctant to close this, but I'm going to close it. Eliminate 2 suspects. I wonder if we shouldn't look at some hints here. Let's look at a hint for the 2 suspects. Hint 1. Suspects can be eliminated if they do not have a clear motive. 2, they were not in the scene of the crime of the incident at the time of death. If we now know she was killed at 6:30, is there anyone that would be too far away by 6:30? If we've got a cell phone of them at 5:15, 5:45, is there anyone that would be more than 45 minutes away? Is it possible that this phone number that we marked as the mother is really the father's other phone number? I mean, it's not... We know he lives in Cooper, but his phone number is 1286. So this is someone in Cooper whose phone number is 7599. So we've concluded that that can't be him. All right, let's go back. Let's get our second hint. The scene of the incident was noted as Station G. Yeah, that's great. Well, we don't know where that is relative to this. Maybe we should, but we have not been... I guess we were given a map of it. Did we? But we didn't have GPS, so we concluded that we couldn't figure it out from there. But maybe... Maybe we should be able to? Burlingtown, that's all we know. Gee, we don't really know how to get more detailed information than that, do we? I don't think we know how to get more specific location information. And how does that help us? This does say it was a photo on the Station G cam. That doesn't help us really, I don't think. The topography is in the little bay. Are you saying the topography is here? Mount Sable? No, that doesn't work. So is this G? Is this all G? G is somewhere in here, maybe? All right, well, I don't know what to tell you here. I think we've exhausted our patience with this. I'm going to click for our next hint, unless someone stops me. Discover the names of the suspects by matching the phone numbers on the cell phone data. We've done that. Then use the map to pinpoint where they really were. We've done that. Match this against the testimonies to see who can be ruled out. I don't know, guys. That does not seem to help much. Unless it's saying that Ben wouldn't have time to kill her at 6:30 and then go have 3 beers. Is that what you think? What about that? What about the idea that we know Ben got checked out at 7:12? So how long would it have had for him to be there to drink 3 beers and get there? Although he could walk there in 15 minutes, but if he walks there in 15 minutes, that would only give him a half an hour to drink those 3 beers. I'd love it if we were told when he checked in. That would have been nicer. But maybe he doesn't have time to murder someone at 6:30. That would give him 45 minutes to murder her, then get up here and drink 3 beers. Unless, of course, he's with other people, then they just have 30 minutes to all drink a beer. When Butchie is the drinker, I don't remember anything about Butchie being a drinker. When did he tell us he was in the fight? He doesn't give us a time, but we know when the fight was. And it's consistent with him being out in the parking lot at 7:12. In fact, maybe Ben was drinking with this guy, Butchie. Because remember, we see them switch places, and he tells us he went back home at 8:45. So he could have picked up Ben, and they came home, and he could have been drinking with Ben. Ben stayed here. Butchie was drinking. She was in her dorm room till 6. Claire called me at 6. So you went down to meet her. At first I said I wasn't going. You changed your mind. That does not help us. It really doesn't. And I don't like that my girl Emily, the game says, is lying. He says it was a brawl an hour before the fireworks at 7:15. Wrong place at wrong time. Then they move on. He says he didn't go to the Maple Festival. I don't know. Do you believe him? If you believe him that he didn't go to the Maple Festival, then that's his alibi. But boy, does he have a motive. This is unpleasant, this part. Yeah, these questions are particularly frustrating, but I think we got to just guess here because seems like the game is thinking in a way we're not, maybe. All right, can we just have a vote? What do you guys want to do here? Who do you want to vote for? I don't think Robert Fontaine is the right answer. He does have a motive. That's the insurance, and we don't have his time stamps. So I don't think we can rule out Robert. I would be willing to bet it's Catherine. She has no motive. And I think she was... John says Ben. I like Jesse's argument. I think Ben has got too big a motive. I guess. I don't know what Ben's motive is. I'm going to vote the doctor. She has no motive. I don't know what Amy's motives is either. Change vote Catherine. Here we go. I think Jonathan just wants us to proceed. All right, we're going to cancel the vote. We're going to clear it. We're going to click the doctor. Let's see what happens. No, it's not Catherine, because then it's saying that George Sr. is manipulating Catherine. Even though we read his letter, we understood it, but it didn't seem like that was a motive. This is getting a little bit silly. Who's up next? You know what? No. We're just going to look at the solution. This is silly. I'm not going to keep guessing and getting more hints. Here's our solution. Only 2 suspects can be entirely ruled out based on motive and opportunity. Butchie and Mac. Butchie states he went to McGuthers. The phone data shows that he was at McGuthers at 5:45 when Claire was at the popcorn stand. And he stayed there until 7:13 when he paid his tab. We can tell that McGuthers' receipt belonged to Butchie and not Ben because Ben arrived at 7:15. Even if he arrived slightly sooner than estimated, he could not have drunk 3 beers in such a short amount of time. What kind of bullshit is that? They're saying, hey, this random receipt we got from McGuthers that could belong to anyone in the world, we should assume is Butchie's because Butchie was there at 5:45. Butchie, we knew he was there at 5:45, and on that basis, we're supposed to guess that this receipt an hour and a half later belong to him on that alone? And why? That's the second piece of evidence that was given to us like it was found on the street. If you came up, if I was a cop doing a cold case and I found this, I'd be like, this is useless without some corroboration. How is this game supposed to convince us that we're concluding that's Butchie's based on these two facts? He was at the bar at 5:45. It says he stayed there until 7:13 when he paid his tab. The only way we can conclude that is by concluding this is his. And how does it justify that? We can tell it's his because it can't be Ben's. What the fuck? That's how we conclude it's Butchie's because it couldn't be Ben's? Why not be some other random person's receipt? Jonathan's saying it's saying we constructed our timeline wrong. We should have been able to rule out that the receipt could have been Ben's. And Butchie was the only other person that we knew. I really don't like that. We know that Ben No, that's really not fair. First of all, Ben could be lying at any moment. But second of all, the only thing we know about Ben is that he was in the parking lot during this fight at around 7:15. We know his cell phone shows us he was there at 8:15. I guess you could claim that, well, if he was there at 8:15, he wouldn't have checked out at 7:15. Okay, so maybe we decide this isn't Ben's. How we conclude that's Butchie's just because Butchie was at that place, I don't like that. I really don't like that. That's the second piece of evidence that it's like something fell off the floor with no way to decide who that belonged to or a random person or what. I really don't like that. All right. It's such a shame for an otherwise great game. It seems to be saying, okay, phone numbers, it's going to say there's no active numbers at this time. All right. Then there's this weird thing about a code. I don't know what we should do about that. Like, we noticed the code on there, but we didn't. I think we're going to have to move that to not worry about that now. All right, so we're going to do what it said. Pick Butchie. 3 reasons that we think it's not Butchie. The receipt. The cell phone data. And I guess it's saying, what, his interview? Or did it want Ben's interview? I don't even care at this point. Butchie stated in his interview that he was at McGuthers for a while. Cell phone data shows he was at McGuthers at 5:45. Receipt proves that he did not leave. No, it did not. Does not prove that. Okay. I do think it's fair to say that we probably should have concluded it can't be Ben's because we know Ben is there at 8:45, and why would he be there if he paid his bill? But if he got into a fight, he might still be there. Yesterday, Claire's mom contacted me with some troubling news. Be expecting a package of evidence from me shortly. I think this is the big break we've been waiting for. All right, well, that's episode 2. Let's look at the official solution for time of death. Okay, good idea. Hint number 1, you may need to revisit some evidence from episode 1. Ways to determine time of death. Rigor mortis, degree of body decomposition, stomach contents, skin, spoiler solution. Autopsy report says Emily says she took the last bag of popcorn, then they lost power, had to wait forever for the next batch. Meanwhile, Claire takes 3 bites. She feels sick. Since this was Claire's last meal, we can use the date on the popcorn receipt to estimate the amount of time it would take the popcorn to begin moving. I love how it seems to be saying you can't take Emily's statement at face value when she says when this happened, but you can take Ben's statement and Butchie's statement. I don't like it. I don't like that Butchie's receipt. Someone in the channel, I forget who it was, whether it was Dispaminite or someone else, was fixated on that receipt from McGuthers. Someone had an intuition that we needed to use that receipt to find some information. All right, we're going to take a break here. And then we're going to decide what to do. We've been playing for 5 hours. We absolutely could get lucky and finish episode 3 in 3 hours. It does feel smaller. It could be substantially shorter, but it might not be. So we're going to have a decision, and I want you to think about it. We could either continue this tomorrow, or we could open it and start it now and see how far we get and decide if we want to stop and abandon at some point. So we're going to take a break. You guys think about what you want to do. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. We've just finished episode 2 of 3. And we have a very tough decision to make here, and I'm sort of split. We're definitely not going to finish this tonight. I think it would probably be a mistake. Maybe if we didn't have the Dear Holmes case tomorrow, we could, but we do have that at 3 p.m. This is tough. I do want to keep going to accommodate, but I think after 5.5 hours, I am a sucker for the idea of suspense. I think the right thing to do here, it was clear that I get frustrated when I'm on time pressure, and it was clear by the time we got to the end of that case, we had sort of burned all the bridges, and when we got to those weird questions, I was a little bit on tilt. So I think the thing to do is to stop here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to stop here. And I think it'll make for a better session tomorrow that we open up the 3rd episode and we get a little cliffhanger here before our next episode. I do apologize if that ends up being inconvenient for Anna or others who can't make it tomorrow. But I think that's best. Otherwise, we're sort of playing already in the window of being frustrated, and I don't want to do that. I want to come into it with some fresh eyes and some real energy rather than rush through this game, partly because I am enjoying it so much, and I don't want to have that experience lessened by playing while too tired. So Claire, we haven't found her killer yet. We did make some real breakthroughs today, including a really key one that we spent an hour chewing on in terms of what evidence gives us time of death. And that was a very satisfying discussion because we really debated about it. We had some difference of opinion. The channel convinced me to come around, but part of that was finding this key idea that it would have taken her too long. So in addition to answering that question, we've come up with something very substantial, which is someone impersonated her and went back to her dorm and took her car. And that's huge. And I'm really fascinated to see how that works out. Now, Jonathan says, should we look at the code in the solutions? Okay, I think there's an easy answer to that, which is we don't know. Clearly, we didn't need that code to answer the questions. Well, we might have. It might have been what I thought, that GTS was arranging a secret rendezvous with Kathleen. But either way, I think the answer to that is we wait to read episode 3. If episode 3 has more code stuff in it, then we'll tackle that as part of episode 3. If episode 3 doesn't reference that code on that paper at all, then maybe we'll back up and see what we were meant to find in that episode 2. And if anyone in the interim wants to try to figure out what that was about, here were the letters in there. I do note they were overlapping existing letters, so maybe you combine the two. So I couldn't see how. That was on page 1, and here was page 2. All right, so I'll see you all, anyone who's going to join for the Dear Holmes discussion at 3 p.m. tomorrow, which is in 11 hours from now, 10.5 hours from now. That gives me enough time to sort of wind down and get some sleep. And then we will meet again at 11 p.m., same time as usual tonight, on Sunday, to open up episode 3. And surely, we will finish the game tomorrow night. Thank you all for participating. Great fun. I really do enjoy this case. And this is one that really needed teamwork. In fact, this channel has taught me that a lot of these games are only enjoyable because we're playing them together and talking. And Tina says, what is the program for the week? Well, go onto the Board Game Geek Guild section and help decide what you want to play next week. But absent some compelling argument from viewers, I am inclined to go back to that Escape the Asylum game as a glutton for punishment and play another chapter or 2 of that and see. The last one was very painful, but I'm not ready to throw in the towel. I'm be curious to see how that, I want to see how the part 2 goes. So I think we'll be playing some Escape the Asylum, but I'm open to ideas. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. if you want to chat about Dear Holmes. We won't be getting the solution. We'll just be talking about it. And then tomorrow night, 11 p.m. And what days? We don't know. You got to let me know when you guys want to join, if you want to join for Escape from the Asylum or something else. We've got other games too. Let me know. Consider giving, look at this. If I don't tell you guys to give a thumbs up, you don't do it. Don't forget to give these videos a thumbs up, a like it if you want to see more of these videos. Otherwise, I don't know if I'm doing the wrong thing. So I guess I got to tell you every time, because I can see the counter. 10 or 11 viewers, 4 likes. That's not right. You're my audience. You 10 people are my entire audience. So you got to like these videos. Otherwise, no one else will. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.